लाइट बंद करो। म्यूट कर हाँ अनम्यूट करूँ कौन गोटे लक्ष्य रखना स्टार्ट है।
Hello viewers, good afternoon. Welcome to day 1 of the international webinar on rethinking post-colonial studies, issues and challenges. I am Ranjit Mandal, convener of the international webinar. As we meet virtually, we have no scope to begin this webinar by enlightening the auspicious lamp. However, we have a virtual way out for this also. We will play a beautiful and soothing Dipashloko to begin the occasion with an auspicious note. So here we go with this. I request Dr. Kumar to play the Dipashloko.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
Thank you so much. Let the light of lamp drives away the darkness of ignorance from the mind and illuminates it with the knowledge. Now I request Professor Sushil Kumar Giri, Principal, Rural Institute of Higher Studies, Bhograi, to deliver a welcome address. Over to Principal, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the day one of international webinar on rethinking post-colonial studies, issues and challenges, organized by the Department of English, UG and PG RIHS Bogarai. I heartily welcome our chief patron, Professor Madhumita Das, Vice Chancellor of FM University Balasore, Odisha. I, on behalf of our institution, welcome our speakers of day one, Dr. Namrata Pathak, Assistant Professor, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, Dr. Sheikh Mehdi Hassan, Associate Professor, Jatiya Kavi Naji Nazrul Islam University, Dr. Nilo Bhattacharya Saxena, Professor, Nassau Community College Network in Newark. I also welcome all virtual participants all over India and abroad. I congratulate the Department of English and the entire organizing team, Mr. Ranjit Mondal, convener, Mr. Jagdish Chandra Giri, coordinator, Dr. Vijay Ketan Patnaik, organizing secretary, and Mr. Purnendu Das, moderator. Thank you. Over to Mr. Ranjit Mondal.
Thank you so much, sir. We have Professor Madhumita Das as our chief patron. Before ma'am speaks, let me have the honor to introduce Professor Das to our speakers and participants. Professor Das, Vice Chancellor of Fakir Mohan University, Baleshwar, Odisha, is an eminent figure in the field of geology. Professor Das has carried out her research as DART Fellow under Indo-German Exchange Program at Heidelberg University in Germany, and presented her research work as delegates at Japan, China, UK, Portugal, Norway, Australia, South Africa, and in many other countries. Presently, she is the Vice President of South Asian Association of Women Geoscientists and member of Corresponding Citizen Scientists of IAPG. She is known for her active association with various international research organizations such as International Association for Gondwana Research, International Medical Geology Association, Indian Institute of Mineral Engineers, among many others. More than all these, if I would like to introduce Professor Das, then I must say that she is a perfect administrator who better understands the affiliated colleges and institutions of a university more than anybody else. Your presence and support motivates Rural Institute of Higher Studies to dream higher. Thank you for being with us. It's our pleasure to see you virtually here with us. Now over to Professor Das ma'am to deliver an address to our viewers.
Namaskar. Yes, Namaskar. A very good afternoon to you all. I am extremely happy that one after another the RIHS Bogarai is conducting international webinars, and this is really I appreciate all the efforts of the principal, Dr. Giri, and also his energetic and dynamic team. First of all, I must thank Dr. Ranjit Mandal for introducing me in his kind words. But I always believe that my introduction is I am a teacher, and we all are proud to be teachers. So I also thank on behalf of Fakir Mohan University, Dr. Namita Pathak from Shillong, Dr. Hassan from Bangladesh, and Dr. Saxena from New York. So I am not a person from literature, but I will be linking literature with this COVID-19 in my own language, because we all know that you all are creative people. The people who belong to the faculty of English or language and literature, I believe they are creative people. And we know that literature is the mirror of the society. So I would request all the participants, all the faculty members and young research scholars who are listening to this international webinar, you please go on writing or produce your creative thinking during this COVID period, which will be a part of the history. maybe after, because this is a pandemic and we all are away in our home, you can see that we are all connected through this online in this webinar. So let us utilize this time in creative writing. And if we look to the past also, we had several pandemic, like due to plague, due to smallpox, due to influenza or cholera, which had devastated our lives. And based on those pandemic, we had also a great literary collection. So just to name a few, I think all of you are very aware about our own Vishwakavi Rabindranath Tagore. He wrote Chaturanga novel, which is based on an affluent man, he was succumbed to disease, and then he was while nursing the sick due to smallpox. And also we know that he had a very good literary writing on Puratan Vritya. Puratan Vritya means the old man servant. It is a long poem which is also based on the pandemic of smallpox. Also, we know that famous writing Twilight in Delhi, it was also written by Ahmad Ali, which is a moving account of Spanish flu. And during 1918, please, I will take you back to 1918, where 12 to 17 millions in India and entire globe was affected. Around 50 million were affected, and Delhi at that point of time, it was a city of dead. Our Hindi poet Suryakant Tripathi Nirala also in 1918, he lost his wife and daughter due to the flu, which was also a very severe pandemic, and he had also written many poems on based on that or based on his experience. Our own son of the soil, the founder of our Odia literature, Fakirman Senapati, he had also written a very famous story, Rebati, which is based on cholera. So I also request all the literary people who are with us to write on. We are having a peculiar life now. We are all connected. Although we are not physically connected, we are connected socially. So based on this emotional bonding, you can also write or you can create your creativity, and also you can write on work from home. We IT sector, be it academic sector, we are working from home. The kitchen, the lobby, all this has been converted into our office rooms. So you can also write in that aspect also. And I think the best part of this pandemic is, yes, our life is shattered. We are facing so many challenges, be it in our physical life, cultural life, social life. But there is a silver lining in this. And then it has taught us, this pandemic COVID-19 has taught us that irrespective of race, caste, creed, religion, rich and poor, black and white, nobody is escaped, nobody has escaped or survived from this COVID-19. Across the globe, from Wuhan city to 213 countries, we all are affected by corona. So we must learn from this that we are all belong to one world, one planet Earth, that is our home. And out of the solar system, because I talk about geology, the only planet where life is possible. So let us protect our Earth. Let us come closer to nature. Let us protect our environment. This pandemic has taught us that we should not undermine nature. We should not undermine our environment. And also, we should learn from this pandemic, and we should change our lifestyle so that, and we should also take care of the environment. We should take care of our environment around us, and also non-living things, and also the all the creatures, the animals, the plants. Then only the world will be a better place to live in. And I would like to end my talk with a quotation from Carlos Santana, the poet. Let us hope for this. One day there will be no borders, there will be no boundaries, no flags, and no countries, and the only passport will be the heart. So, with this, I congratulate again all the organizing secretary, conveners, and all the committee members for organizing this international webinar in English, and especially connecting persons from Bangladesh to New York to Nehu to Odisha. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Professor Das. You really have a very deep understanding of life and literature. You have connected literature with pandemic and disease so nicely. This is really wonderful. We'll look forward to hear you again in the next webinar. Thank you so much for joining us. Now it's time that we'll move forward to our presentation. And for that, we have Dr. Namrata Pathak as our keynote speaker, joining us from Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. I'd like to introduce Professor Namrata Pathak before she begins her lecture. Dr. Namrata Pathak teaches in the Department of English, Northeastern Hill University, Tura, Meghalaya. She has an MPhil and PhD from English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad, formerly known as CIEFL. She has 4 books to her credit, and her latest are forthcoming from Sahitya Academy and Routledge. Her articles and creative writing have found a place in Bhoyabhia, Najid, Cafe de Sensors, Northeast Review, Kitab, Cold Noon, Setu, Indiana Voice Journal, Muse India, Riot, The Tribe, Dead Snakes, The Thumbprint Magazine, Wagon Magazine, Bengaluru Review, to name a few among many others. She has been a recipient of FCT, Ford Foundation Fellowship, and UGC Associateship by IIAS Simla. Dr. Pathak is currently working on a book on drama and theatre and an anthology of poems from Northeast India. Her debut collection of poems, That's How Mirai Eats a Pomegranate, was brought out in 2018 by Red River. Her poems are included in the Sangam House Monsoon issue, a special on poetry from Northeast, July 2019, and anthologies forthcoming from ALF and other publishing houses. We are grateful to have Dr. Namrata Pathak as our keynote speaker today. She will speak on the topic, Who is the Other, the Subaltern, a study of select text from the Northeast. Viewers, you can drop your questions or any queries related to the talk on the chat box. We'll collect them for the discussion. Over to Dr. Pathak.
First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the members of your college, and especially to the proactive and very, very hardworking faculty members of the Department of English, and like who has been a propelling factor behind this particular conference. I wish you well, and once again, thank you so much for having me in this enriching platform. Before I start talking about the orientations, the theoretical moorings of my talk, I would just like to share my slides here. Okay. All right. So as already been mentioned, the title of my talk is Who is the Other, the Subaltern, a study of a select text from the Northeast. Now, prior to that, now let me just give you a brief snapshot into what kind of a terrain the Northeastern zone is, or the fact that it is very, very difficult and problematic to pin it down. We don't have a single, stable, static, and a homogeneous definition of what the Northeast is, partly because we are talking about clusters of land masses, partly because we are talking about the dimensions of heterogeneity, which we have to allude to all the time, partly because of the diversity of outlook, which slowly creeps into the entire post-colonial discourse, which is very much at hand here and which I'm going to unfurl in relation to a certain text which are produced from this region called the Northeastern Zone. Now, well, how to, just one second, let me, yeah, okay. Yes, so I have to move to the other slide and I could not do that. I don't know why. Okay, okay, yeah, it's here. Now, there is a gamut of writings, like which is produced in the Northeast. We have poetry, we have prose pieces, we have certain writings which can be placed at the chasm of all the genres, because it's very, very problematic to call them either prose or poetry. We have non-fictional essays, we have autobiographies, we have life writing and whatnot. Now, the first aspect that quotes this kinds of literature that is produced in the Northeast is the fact that all of them are celebratory and polyphonic in nature. That means we have multiple voices and we have multiple ideas and aspects which are compressed on a particular space. And space here is going to be used as a referent and as a territory. As Ma'am Das rightly pointed out at the beginning, that because of the coronavirus, we have slashed the borders and boundaries, right? The virtual realm is constantly expanding. It does not know any line of demarcation, because your work front can be your domestic sphere, your kitchen. Your work front can be your living room. Your work front can be the balcony out there. So there is a particular kind of a shrinkage which we have noticed so far. The entire world is at the tip of your finger, right? So it's a shrunken ball now. So again, like when I talk about being together here in the virtual realm, like I am from Meghalaya and we have another speaker from Bangladesh, and then we have a professor from New York. Now, it also talks about the nodes and internodes of connections that are forged in this virtual realm. Similarly, when we talk about literature from the Northeast, there is a floating of multiple signifiers, and we cannot in a way pick up a single strand and tell you that this is the literature that is produced here. No. Why? Because the Northeastern literature is about conflict. It's also about the collisions, right? There are multiple kinds of ethnic riots. And also there is the idea of producing the literature of violence, which in a way tries to negate the administrative high-handedness of the government. And at the same time, we have the insurgency movements and we have the counter-insurgency movements at the same time that create more havoc than the former. But whatever we have noticed here, it's this, that this kind of writings, they question the elitist practices of mainland India. And purposefully, I have to install the binary opposition. Of course, obliquely, I'll be subverting it afterwards. The binary opposition between the mainland and the fringes, the periphery called the NER, the Northeastern region. Now, writings produced here question the heterosexist assumptions of culture, because this writing acts like fluid. You can just put in a petite vessel and it will shape vessel, right? It just proliferates everywhere. And at the same time, like I'm talking about something which is dynamic, which is malleable. I'm not concretizing the experiences here because it is out of question. And then at the same time, writings from the Northeast deal with, especially I'm talking about poetry here. So poetry from the Northeast invariably deals with issues of oppression, subjugation, invisibility, silences, gaps in the periphery. Now, one intriguing idea that really strikes hard is this, that these kinds of writings always question a legacy of what is being discarded, devalued, and discredited in the context of the Northeast vis-a-vis the mainland India. That means whatever is not accepted in the mainland, right? Or whatever is sugar-coated there, or whatever is not mentioned, right? We are talking about the experiences of the subaltern people, right? And most of the time, the subalterns are muted. They are silenced. Going by Spivak's phenomenal essay titled, Can the Subaltern Speak? Of course, you cannot in a way be a spokesperson of a community. Now, Spivak warned us against that, right? If we tend to do this, of course, we'll be falling into our own trap. That's totally erroneous. Now, what I have noticed here is the fact that whatever is discredited in the mainland, we appropriate that and we use that chunk of indigenous matter to hit back to the center, answer back, or retaliate. It's a kind of self-fashioning, and it's also a mode of resistance. And this mode of resistance is discerned in all kinds of writings in the Northeast, produced in the Northeast, or writings from the Northeast in the Northeast. Well, now again, well, what is representation of a region like the Northeast? Now, this idea of representation is aligned with the different kinds of systems of knowledge production. And recently I had an experience, let me just call it a very, very strange and unfamiliar, or rather not so endorsed kind of a, story, right? Like, this is the narrative of my life. I had an experience with a premier publishing house in India. And it was about a book that I submitted, the draft, the manuscript of a book that I submitted. And of course, it's accepted for publication, but the publisher told me that we want some more like violence, or we want more reference to the issues of insurgency, especially in Meghalaya and Assam. So I questioned, right? I interrogated, like, where is the need? Why so? Because when we talk about the Northeast, at the same time, there is an urge, or there is an immediacy to, of course, in a way, talk about the very, very rich oral culture and the repertoire of oral lores. So what happens if we foreground those? And what happens if we just tell somebody, especially the publisher or the members of the editorial team, that no, we are no longer talking about violence, we are not talking about conflict? What happens? Now, the offshoot or the consequence is a bit macabre, because they would cease to publish your book. They would refuse to publish your book. Now, why so? Now, how or in what way the writers should write? Or is it also about the give and take policy, that access, which depends on the market value? Who decides what is superior literature, what is inferior literature? And who approves of a piece of writing from the Northeast as best, or as the sellable kind of an entity? Now, these questions by nature are political. Now, there has to be a node of sellability. I call it the sellable ingredients, right, in the literature that is produced in the Northeast. And we need to, of course, be very, very wary of that culture, which is very, very popularized now. This is called the culture of sellability. That means there's certain chunks of knowledge that would sell in the mainland. And of course, there are certain ingredients, raw material, right? I call it indigenous matter, which is accepted in the global platform. And we need to be totally attuned to the demands of the market, be it national and global. Now, how to sell products? And what happens if you refuse to cater to the needs of these people? That no, my Northeastern literature is not only about the sellable ingredients, there is more to it. Now, all of us, we need to be self-conscious about what is produced there, or how the experiences or the experiential realities of the people are documented. How are they archived? Or how are they circulated in a typical space? And I called it a colored space, I called it a political space, and I also at the same time call it a restrictive space. Now, there is a constant categorization of the mainstream culture and the other cultures that are produced in the Northeast. And partly it depends on the idea of visualization. Now I'm accentuating it a bit. I'm highlighting the question of identity, which is attached to your visual output. Why? Because lots depend on who looks at whom from what angle. And I'm reminded of a novelist, a celebrated novelist from India, Salman Rushdie. He's a canonical figure. His novels are there in almost all the syllabi of the premier universities and colleges of India. Salman Rushdie, right? Now he talks about the idea of gaze. And at the same time, he says that gaze, especially male gaze, has the potential to control the object, and the commodity happens to be a woman. And woman here is the other in that particular context. And he ropes in the metaphor of the cinematograph. And he says that while there is a movie going on, and in the cinema hall, all of us prefer our own seats. Now there is a preference of seats. Some of us would be preferring the first row, some of us would be sitting at the back, and there would be people who would prefer to be in the middle. Now Salman Rushdie points out that wherever the onlookers are situated, right? Wherever the onlookers are situated, that positionality also in a way makes the visual text different depending on person to person. Now, this idea is important because if you are very close to the screen, it's a hazy kind of a screen that stares back at you, like it's fragmented and there's no coherence. And if you're lucky enough to occupy the middle rows, of course, that's a very, very appealing sight for you. You're comfortable. And the ones who are placed at the rear end, they would have difficulty in perceiving what's going on because they are too distantly placed from the screen. Hence, where are we positioned? Where are we placed? It matters a lot because positionality is inversely proportional to how you see a particular thing or what kind of a spectacle unfolds in front of you and how and in what way you would perceive. Now, your gradations or your conceptions, your notions, or your diverse perceptions, they depend on where are you placed. And that's why this typical positionality of the periphery, right, or of the fringes, or the fact that the Northeast is regarded as a particular chunk of land which is relegated to the backstage. It's of course not mainland India. So it urges us to demand a close reading of certain texts that are produced there. So this gaze, vision, and where are you placed? So these three aspects are very, very integral in understanding who you are or to know your identity. And identity, all of us, we understand is a polyvocal word, right? It's many. I'm not talking about one person being only one person. One person can be many persons because one person dawns on many mantles, right? I'm talking about multiple role playing here. Now, let me just move to the other slide here. And this is a quote which I have extracted from a very, very important book called the Oxford Anthology of Writings from the Northeast, edited by Tilotoma Mishra. And here she talks about how cultural invasion and cultural appropriation, they go hand in hand. Now she strikes a parallel between recovery of certain indigenous matter and at the same time erasure of certain indigenous matter. Now according to Tilotoma Mishra, we have to embrace the important historical and socio-political factors that go into the making of a particular text. And in reference to the Northeast, she talks about the Bhakti movement, which is followed by the reformist dispensations of the 19th century. And then we have the tentacles of colonialism, like it spread into the nook and corner of the Northeast. And then again, she said that we cannot deny the contribution of the Christian missionary activities. Now, before I move to the other slide, let me tell you that in certain states of the Northeast like Assam, Tripura and Manipur, Shakta, Shaiva and Vaishnava religions are very, very popular. And also we have to talk about the 600 years reign of the Thai Ahoms and how the the Muslims came and settled here. And the Britishers, because they wanted people to work in the jute factories, they invited or they summoned the laborers or workers from East Bangladesh to settle there and work for these kinds of industries. Now it's important, right? And at the same time, the native people suffered from famine, and it's called kolajor. And such was the degree of affliction because of the pandemic that many people died. There was a mass death because of the onslaught of this terrible pandemic. So the Britisher wanted some people, especially the ones whom they can in a way oppress and subjugate, to work for this important factories, including the jute industries. So they actually asked the people from East Bangladesh to come and settle in the Char Saporis of Assam and other areas, right? And we understand that the Char Saporis are very, very fertile riverine areas. And obliquely, like these people who are the dwellers of the Char Saporis, we call them Mias, and that's a derogatory connotation, of course. Now, these people, like we need to take account of how and in what way these people are leading a very, very difficult life. They're battling, of course, the devastations, the calamities of nature. At the same time, like the Char Saporis disappear on a yearly basis at certain point. They don't have their home and settlement. They move from one area to the other. Now, these people, of course, the government banks on them. The government backs on them when it comes to the electoral rights, when it comes to the vote. But when it comes to actually addressing the predicament of these people, the government is silent. No, this is a nefarious activity on the part of the administrators. They should look more into these people who are constantly moving from one zone of society to the other, loitering, right? The gypsies who are here, but who are not there anymore, and they would be settling in some other area near the river Brahmaputra. Now, literature produced by some stalwarts from that community called the Mia community are also to be taken account of, because they're producing very, very powerful verses. Shalim Hussain is there, and we have Qazi Nil, and we have Akhtara Begum. There are so many young radical and experimental voices who are questioning their own identity, like who are we? And we know who we are, but why are we not accepted, right? And why are we being expelled from the state as unwanted elements, as foreign bodies, right? Now, these are the aspects that we have to look into when we try to do a balanced kind of a study of the literature produced in the Northeast. Now, then again, back to the concept of the other. Now, all of us, we know that it's a term that is advocated and popularized by Edward Said in his seminal text, Orientalism, which is published in the year 1978. And here, like Said emphasized on the perceived weakness of the marginalized groups. And it also means that when we are in a way obliterating the demands of one community, at the same time, we are stressing on the strength of the ones who are in positions of power. And these are interconnected discourses that Said, in a way, talked about in his book called Orientalism. Now, the aspect that Said highlighted is this. See, we know that language, or the rhetorical language which we use when we write or when we encode certain aspects of our own life, say our lived experience. Now, that kind of a language is a sum of human relations. We use metaphors, we use similes, we use metonyms, and it's an embellished poetic language, right, that we always in a way produce. And we are inclined to a spatial language when we talk about literature. Now, we try to naturalize it to such an extent that we forget that these are illusions but not truths within quotes. Now, that has to be in a way stressed on, because whatever is in written or whatever is being accepted as official history, I'm reminded of the new historicist again. And I'm reminded of the cultural materialist here at the same time. Now, something like history is not an all in all kind of an encoding, right? We always try to put under erasure the small mini narratives of the voiceless lot. Official history has the capacity to control people. And we know that that's not the only accepted truth which is available to us. There might be multiple truths, and we do not have an access to those mini narratives of life. Now, this particular quote, which is taken from Nietzsche, and which has been highlighted by Edward Said, has also affinities with the new historicists, especially Stephen Greenblatt, who constantly urges us to be very, very conscious readers or conscious, onlookers or conscious producers of knowledge. And what do we have to do? See, we have to be constantly aware of how knowledge is disseminated and how knowledge is used by a powerful group, and how is it used by a powerful group to their own advantage or for their own needs. See, there is a sinister motive behind the usage, dissemination, and acceptance of knowledge, according to the new historicist and according to theorists like Derrida, Edward Said, Nietzsche previously talked about that, and Michel Foucault also at the same time. Now, before I move to a poem which I intend to dissect today, let me just briefly give you the concept of alternate reutilization propounded by Simone de Beauvoir, and all of us are acquainted with the famous French feminist and Sigzou, and we have Kristeva, so on and so forth. So I'm not going to that. Now, this particular excerpt is important on the ground that Beauvoir talked about how the woman becomes the other. Why? Because she is the minority and she is the least favored compared to a man. And the man is always used as a neutral term to designate the human beings in general. So there is a concept of universality, right? When we allude to manfolk, we understand that that's naturalized. Unlike the woman, who is the other, who is the subaltern, and who is not heard, who does not have a voice, and who is always pushed to the fringes. Now, this raft of thought, I'll be constantly going back to it, while I analyze some of the important text from the Northeast. Here I go. So the first writer I would be taking up is Neetu Das, and she is teaching, currently she is teaching in a college in Delhi, and she talks about the liminal spaces that we occupy, we being the ones from the Northeast, right? The dwellers of the Northeast. And she says that what kind of a gray zone is that? Now, constantly she urges us to look at the refashioning of the spaces depending on the use or depending on the demand of the people who would be toying with them, right? Or who would be hammering their own inputs into that. So this spaces, according to Neetu Das, right, whatever spaces she unleashes in her poetry. So these spaces, according to Neetu Das, are liminal. Liminal in the sense that you are at the threshold, you are neither inside nor outside. It's just like installing a window frame, and you being a reader can shake hands with the author, right? The window is neither inside nor outside. It's liminal. Now, her poetry is populated by subalterns, the others, and hence we come across witches, you know, very, very ugly, mangled up entities, not appealing to the eye, and entities that subvert the norms of beauty that we usually float up. And she says that by using the subaltern or the underdog or the other, she reinforces certain ideologies at the semiotic level. Now, I'll be concentrating a bit more on her first collection of poem called Boki, and the second collection is titled Cyborg Proverbs, and it was published by Poetry-Wala, a publishing house which is independent, right? It's an independent publishing house run by Hemant Diwate. Now, Boki, like, of course, it's an Assamese word, and in English, it translates to the incoherent babbles of the subaltern, right? That means you don't have a linear, you don't have a progressive language which just moves in one direction. I'm not talking about linearity here. I'm not talking about order here. I'm not talking about a proper arrangement of thoughts and verbal rhetorics here. See, language is going haywire. There is a notion of actually getting things, you know, like, I mean to say, like, there's a disarray. Things are in a disarray. And things are actually here and there scattered about. Now she talks about that unsettling, that idea of unsettling, right? That the text would constantly, in a way, demand your constant active participation. And the text would make you think, use your intellectual critical faculty to understand the life, or to understand the norms of life, or to understand the accepted patterns of life which you have slowly internalized. Now, in Neetu Das's poem, we come across the secret life of everyday things, very, very mundane and trivial and simple and ordinary things, like the safety pin, the scissor, fractals, dry leaves, and whatnot. But what charms me is the fact that these things, right, inanimate in nature, they have a secret life of their own. So she invests life into those secret everyday objects, like, that populate our day-to-day narratives. Now, I'm going to use some sentences from her poem titled Jokhini. Jokhini means a witch. So here the teller, the narrator, is a witch. And this is a witch who dwells in a tree. Now she lives in a tree, and we have the big brown proliferating branches, and we have the green foliages, the canopy up there, and she secretly lies down on the branch, and sometimes she sits there, she shakes her legs, and she looks into the room of a man called Dattada. So next to the tree, we have the house of a man named Dattada. Now this Jokhini, the witch, She has the time of the entire world. That means she does not have anything substantial and worthwhile to do. She keeps on laughing all the time. Now, the valley echoes with this very, very grim laughter, the very, very sonorous, loud laughter of the witch. Now, I am going to take up some sentences from Jokini here. And I can't stop laughing. I laugh because I have nothing else to do. My laugh becomes one with the wind and the pollen and the cries of the children. Now, let me just move to the other slide before I take up the concept of laughter here. And I'm sure all of you are reminded of this phenomenal text name, The Laugh of the Medusa by Elaine Sigzu, right? So this is a laughter that you cannot control. I'm talking about a spillage. I'm talking about actually, an excess here, EXCESS, something which is surplus. And the laughter of the witch, the Jokini, behaves in that manner. Now, this is the witch, and here she's narrating how she can look at Mr. Dattada, directly monitor what this man is doing without being seen in return. Now, this is a panopticon gaze, but it's reversed here by Neetu Das because she is the one who has the power to look at the man, right? The inactive, effeminate Dattada, who does not have any power. He cannot even look at her directly and tell her to stop gazing. He does not even know that the Jokini is there constantly. He is under surveillance. So poor Dattada. Now, there is a reversal of gaze here because like the inmates who are constantly under surveillance, who can be seen, as Foucault pointed out, Dattada is at the receiving end. And like the ones or the guards of the prisoner, the ones in power, right, who are there in a structure called the panopticon and who can look at the inmates, Jokini, the witch, is powerful enough to look at without being looked at. Now, this is paradoxical to a certain degree, and we have multiple nuances that twist and that somehow, to some extent, subvert the accepted notions of femininity. Now, there's another one, but I would prefer to skip it because of paucity of time. Let me just take up another poem by Neetu Das, Climber Upper. And it is very, very interesting because here she talks about the liminal space, which is both, right? Now it's here. To move upward is to burn the sky, grow lonely, laugh a little strangely. I could have learned to climb too. How easy are the details, the differences between two frowns, two walls, two scales. Here is the ground. So this woman is dangling from the branches of a tree. She is climbing up stealthily, slowly, and she wants to go up and challenge the sky and burn the sky. And of course, we know that there is an upward mobility. And down there, we have the pull of the gravity that she tries to defy. She does not belong to this ground zero. She does not belong to that flat or that land that does not know the contours of the intimate or inner realms of a woman. She wants to fly high up in the blue sky. She wants to soar free because the sky embodies her desire of liberation. It also symbolically stands for her craving for an empowerment which has been constantly denied to her in the society or in the land that is down there. Now, the woman who's climbing the tree, up the upside down woman, right? Or the woman who actually defies the pull of the gravity is stuck in a liminal space. And to some extent, the poem tells us how it is important for us to flout rules. And what are those rules? These are the normative inscriptions on the female body, and they stealthily creep into our mindset and they stay there. And that's what we do when we internalize them. We stick to them. We never ever think of doing away with the diktats. So that's our fault because we accept what is given to us on a platter. Questioning, interrogation, camouflaging, therefore, have become very, very important tropes of feminism. And this woman who is hidden in the tree here, the witch there, and the woman here who's climbing the tree camouflages because nobody can look at her. She is protected by the green leaves of the flowering, blossoming tree. Well, why witch hunting is important? It's like we have to talk about the background in brief. And Nitudas is actually to some extent impacted by this very, very gory and inhuman murder of a woman, a 63-year woman called Purni Onang of Sonitpur district. Now she hailed from a village called Vimajuli. And what is very, very unfortunate is the fact that nobody came to her rescue. The villagers, the members of the community, even her relatives, the the neighbors, murdered her on the ground that the Deodhani, or the village woman who practices magic, declares aloud that Purni Orang is a witch, and the disease that has befell on the people of the community, or the sufferings or the abhorrences of the ones who are there in the village. So the cause of all this is this woman called Purni Orang, and she's branded a witch and she's murdered. So these kinds of very, very nefarious and inhuman crimes, right, throw up a totally different picture of how the woman is dominated and how the woman is silenced by the majority of people, and how the woman becomes a body that looks different, that behaves differently, a body that is odd, a body that is abnormal, and hence this body is not accepted by the mainstream society, and she has to be killed, murdered, and raped in order to actually lead a stable and proper life, because she is the factor that threatens, right? She is a red flag and she is the trigger warning. So she has to be erased, wiped off from the surface of the world. Now that's very unfortunate, and Neetu Das is impacted by this incident profoundly, and hence her beautiful, profound Jokhini poems, the poems on witches. Well, let me just briefly talk about Nabina Das before I wind up, and I'll just take 5 minutes to discuss Nabina Das, who's also a very, very powerful poet from the Northeast. And she talks about the outsider, and the figure of the outsider can also be the figure of the other herein, because we know that there are many kinds of others, and we also know that there are many processes of creating an other, and also we know that the other is constantly negotiated at the cultural base. Why? And also at the same time we are aware of the fact that, like, there are certain gradations, right, when we actually try to measure the impact that this different kind of a figure called the other has on our lives. Some are more other to us, and some are not that other to us. So here in this context, I'm reminded of Ankush Saikia and his definition of the other. Now, Saikia says that the other dwells in the cracks of the society. And also Saikia points out that the other is an interesting figure. The other deflects you. The other is what you are not. The other is exotic. The other is grotesque. The other is ghastly. And therefore, like the self and the other, right? How they are framed. Look at the fabrications here. Look at the interlinkages here, right? Like the other exists because you exist, right? Because the I exist, because the self exists. Whatever you are not, or what you are not, right? That has to be branded, or that has to be created, or that has to be labeled the other. That's how the other is formed. And somebody like Derrida has gone to the level of saying that the self is constantly obligated to the other, so much so that the self is held hostage by the other. Now we have a different kind of a philosophical mooring constantly crawling into the discourse, which is under discussion now. So I won't be going to Derrida, but let me just move to this important young author named Nabina Das from the Northeast. Now here she says that the other has different names in different cultures. The other is called Vai in Mizoram, Dhakar in Meghalaya. My university is situated in Meghalaya, so the others are called Dhakars there, and Bahiror Manu in SMS. Now, well, and let me just take up a poem called Poetry Forms from her collection of poetry called Blue Vessel. Um, it's about a witch. Now, I think like her notions of a witch are important because Nabina Das talks about the collectivity, or she talks about the collective power of female bonding or friendship. Now, Adrienne Rich has also theorized that in most of her texts, right? In most of her theoretical discourses or manifestos. I'm not going to that. Now, back to Nabina Das. Wonder what witch was it that stirred a mixture of petals, opium poppy, and other lips? Plato's potion, an ointment to help them all fly to readings, recite verses with the other witches. Now, you must have noticed that I'm not talking about a lone figure here, somebody who's secluded or somebody who's in hiding. I'm not talking about one witch here. I'm talking about many, many witches here who are coming together, right? Why? See, they're just creating a very, very powerful potion maybe, or somehow they would be coming together to read, and reading is an emancipatory act that can really recontour the structure of the society. All of us are aware of that. Now, there is also this idea of mixing or blending things up. And I'm reminded of the Macbethian witches, the three witches, right, who have a cauldron, a big vessel, and they are constantly, mixing up diverse ingredients. We have the tongue of a frog, we have the ear of a falcon, and we have those very, very, they are not very, very, like, what to say, like these are very, very odd objects, right? So the witches are said to possess power. Now here this poem aims at healing. Now that's why it's a digression. It's a totally move away from the conventional notions of witchcraft. Now these witches, now the other portion of the poem I have not taken up, but that's why you people do not have the entire ensemble or the entire picture with you. So let me briefly touch the important areas here. Now these witches, the witches who come together, right? What do? See, they aim at healing. Now they create a very, very important cathartic force, a propelling factor that would make you feel good, right? They would purge you of all the negative emotions. I'm talking about a healing that is collective in nature. I heal, you heal, and we together, the empowered lot, the empowered group of women, we heal each other, right? And we also, at the same time, we are such a potent force of emancipation, of liberation, or of empowerment that nobody can make us a very, very shriveled up, ugly, weakling. So that's why in that way, Nabina Das's poem is important because it creates a solution. There's a capsule which is being given to us. And this is also your take, right? And what kind of a take is this? It's a take on the mainland. And this is, of course, your retaliation. And also the fact that how women can be powerful agents of resistances. Now, I don't have time, I believe, and I would have loved to go on and on, but I was given a particular schedule, and I understand that the schedule is tight and you have other eminent speakers and their talk is there in the offing. Now, before I wind up, let me just tell you that the experience of reading this powerful writing that is produced here at the periphery can be very, very strange. Strange why? Because as readers, you would feel that there is a hyper stimulation of senses. Now, these writers, the writers from the Northeast, would be giving you very, very important ideas of what to say, undoing or unmaking an other. And not only this, right? And not only this, they would also somehow make you think that once the periphery is visible, it is no longer a periphery. See, everything depends on the way you are shedding light on a particular demographic space, right? The periphery is dark, it's not seen. The dwellers in the periphery are not heard. But when it comes to the shift of gravity, and when it comes to actually being seen or being heard, so that patch of land ceases to be a periphery. So we need to be constantly conscious of these very, very malleable transference of ideas, or the fact that there is a replacement that takes place here, right? Once a periphery, maybe not a periphery anymore today. So this fluctuation, or the fact that things are constantly at flux, so that has to be taken into your stride when you try to read literature from the Northeast. And not only that, there's another thing. See, there is at the same time a confluence of individual use and private value, and they actually somehow cast an impact on you when you use a space or mold a space for your own benefit. Therefore, your position as a reader, you being somebody from Delhi, or you being somebody from South India, or you being somebody from Manipur, right? So your experience as a reader changes. It changes from person to person because positionality has profound impact on what you cull out of a text or what you extract out of a text. A text, of course, all of us know, is not a flattened entity. A text is a three-dimensional, variegated, polyphonic and vibrant entity. Like Rolabat tells us often, that the text talks to us, converses with us. And when the text comes alive in front of you, and when you forge a connection with the text, lo, you live a different life, a spatial life in a totally new dimension. So there are multiple progressive projects behind such kinds of installations. And as readers, we need to know that a text is a living, gyrating, expanding, constantly growing organism. And there's no difference between you and the text. You live, the text live. You have your own life, the text also has its own life. And you negotiate There's an exchange of ideas, mores, values, and at the same time, there has to be in you that kind of an audacity sometimes to question the text, right? So with this, I would like to wind up my talk. And once again, it's my privilege to be a part of this erudite group. Thank you so much for having me, and congratulations, like the members of the Department of English, for organizing this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. This is really a wonderful lecture from your side. You very nicely represented, the issues from Northeast. You have also spoken about some famous, theories like Derrida and Edward Said. That's really very nice. And what is more exciting is that how nicely you arrange the lecture, reciting the poems and then interpreting them in the light of your talk is really very interesting. We wanted to hear more from you, but as you said that there is always the limitation of time. We have some questions from our participants, but before that, I would like to ask one question from my side. Whenever I hear anyone speaking about subaltern or the neglected group or like that, one question that always comes to my mind is that what we see due to globalization and maybe because of some initiatives taken by maybe any organization, they are trying to bring the people who are living in far from the mainstream area, they are trying to bring them to the mainstream area. So I have two questions. First one is it necessary that we should bring the subaltern groups of people to the mainstream, or we can provide something from our side, and so that they can be there in their place and they can live the way they want? They will also learn about various things. So that's one. Another is that when we talk much about the mainstream life and society, what happens? The people from subaltern group, they tend to feel themselves inferior, somewhat suffering from inferiority complex, and they are trying to forget their own culture and language. And when a culture is lost, when a language is lost, then is it possible for us to collect or to keep those oral literature which is very much rich from the subaltern side? Is it possible for us to talk about their literature in future? So just your opinion on
Okay,
this.
thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much for these questions, and they're quite intriguing, I must say. Well, I was just going through some, essays by Harish Trivedi, and I came across this very interesting, theoretical mooring of Trivedi, right? And it's a kind of an answer to Gayatri Spivak. Now, in the essay called "Can the Subaltern Speak?", right? Like in one way, Gayatri Spivak said that it's not possible, right? It's not possible because the subaltern can never ever speak. There has to be some kind of a spokesperson, because the language of the subaltern is not the language which is used at the metropolis, right? Now, Harish Trivedi pointed out the lacuna here and said that, of course, the subaltern speaks, but that indigeneity or the language, right, which is not known by the ones at the metropolis, is a totally different language of the subaltern. Now, herein comes the idea to give prominence to regionality and give prominence to the oral lores, right? The important oral tales, right? The grandmother stories are very famous in Nagaland and Manipur. And also we have some writers like Mamang Dai, Esther Kire, Esther Siam, Kim Fang Sing Nongkingri, Robin Gangom, who have deftly blended the important indigenous matter and created a text out of the regional or out of the important oral storehouse of knowledge. Now, this is the language of the subaltern. Now, of course, like as Trivedi pointed out, somebody who's there, like in the US, or somebody who is efficient in his own language, or somebody who does not have any knowledge of what the tribes and sub-tribes are producing, right? Or in what way they talk to each other, or what are they writing, or what about their oral laws. So that person, right, the white heterosexual male at the metropolitan center would not understand the subaltern. Now, Trivedi pointed out that it does not matter. It is the fact that matters is this, that the subaltern is archiving knowledge, the subaltern is writing, resisting, producing knowledge in his or her own terms. So in that way, maybe he or she is no longer a subaltern. In that way, maybe he or she occupies a space which is important, or a space that gives him the power to be heard or to be visible. Yeah. And then the next part of the question, I'm sure you have read Mamangdai's Lessons of Pensum. Yes, which happened to be a very, very important text from the Northeast. Now, the entire text is fashioned on the rich oral lores of the Adis. Now, we come across the symbiotic relationship between the tribes and the world of nature. And the objects of nature, the trees, the clouds, the animals, right? So they have a language of their own. And this language is understood by the tribes, the ones who belong to the communities at the certain pockets of the hills. Now, this give and take policy, right? Like, I let you live and you let me live. I grow, you grow. So let's grow in leap and bounds. It also points at the balance that has to be restored when we talk about the natural world of flora and fauna. So this text by Mamang Dai, Lessons of Pensum, of course, is exemplary in the sense that this is a text of the subaltern. And here the matter, the ingredients, the raw materials, they are those of the subaltern, right? And they are being used in such a way that this text can really pose a challenge to the texts that are produced at the mainland. In what way this text is different, or in what way this text is not superior. Of course, it is equally superior. Of course, it is equally beautiful. And of course, it is equally meaningful. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. We have Dr. Vijay Katan Patnaik, who has noted some queries from our participants. I request Patnaik sir to discuss these questions with Pathak ma'am. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, Dr. Pathak.
Good afternoon,
Now,
sir.
I'm Dr. Vijay Katan Patnaik. I want to ask you a few questions that I have found in the chat box by our participants. Before going to ask you those questions, let me ask you a personal question that have aroused in my mind when you are delivering your nice speech. That is it appropriate to demarcate the subaltern literature as inferior literature? Do you think it is a right approach to evaluate literature?
Sir, I can't hear you properly. I'm so sorry. Could you just repeat the question once
Let
again?
me repeat it, madam.
Yeah.
Is it appropriate to demarcate the subaltern literature as an inferior literature?
No. Of course not. Okay. So, shall I respond? Can I respond?
Okay.
Of course. See, these are the binaries that like we need to dismantle when we talk about literature producer differences, right? And what kind of a binary is this? Like man, woman, superior, inferior, white, black. Now, let us just understand, let us just try to understand that these are constructs. And these are constructs and these are man-made, and we are conditioned to think that the first term of the binary opposition is actually superior and the second term is inferior. No, let's just not do that, right? Never ever the literature that is produced in the fringes or in the periphery can be labeled as inferior. Now, I have certain problems when it comes to the word inferior. Of course not. And that's what I tried to tell when I responded to the first question that was being asked, right? As Harish Trivedi rightly pointed out, somebody like Guha rightly pointed out that that the subaltern speaks. The subaltern has his own way of expressing himself or herself. Now, if somebody at the metropolis does not understand that, the person has to be well equipped with the modes and modalities of deciphering that language. It does not in a way allot the space of inferiority to the subaltern. So that's not the case. It also depends on who looks at whom from what angle, right? Maybe I am looked at as a subaltern if somebody is placed in the mainland. And if somebody is placed in Meghalaya, see, I am their equal. Am I right? Or I am the inferior person who's just going about with her own talk constantly in a way making other people feel this and that, right? So these games of hierarchy are everywhere. These games of hierarchy are everywhere in all the spaces of life, and that we have to deconstruct for a particular equality that we need to preach as aware members of the society. Okay, sir.
Okay, madam. There is a question from one participant. Can we tell that the aim of post-colonial literature is to show that there is no superiority or inferiority, but to literature from east to west?
Yeah,
Let me,
that,
let me,
yeah,
let me repeat.
okay. Yeah,
Can we
please
tell
repeat.
that the aim
Yeah.
of post-colonial literature is to show that there is no superiority or inferiority, but on literature from east and west?
Now let me just give you one simple example. Um, while I had the chance of meeting Gayatri Spivak ma'am in a conference in Goa, and that was a conference uh, of Forum of Contemporary Theory located at Baroda. This particular organization called APSITI holds yearly conferences towards December, the fag end of the year, right? Either the first part of December or the last part of December, right? So I happened to converse with Gayatri Spivak ma'am. And then she gave me a very, very apt metaphor of what the world seems to be today. Now, she says that she is placed in the West. She works for the upliftment of the farmers in Bengal. She goes there. Sometimes she actually sit with these people and like she takes meals at their houses and they talk and she tries to make the children go to school, and she also tries to tell the parents that it's very, very important for them to make the children educated. Now that's Gayatri ma'am. Now she says that I'm from the West. I'm doing something which is of course ethically upright, morally strong for the ones who are there in Bengal, right? So I'm talking about East. And then look at me, the way I am dressed. Sometimes I am clad in a Naga shawl. Sometimes I wear a Bengal sari, or sometimes I wear a Sambalpuri sari. Sometimes I am clad in jeans and I go to the McDonald's to grab my burger. Sometimes I prefer my very, very, humble dish of dal and chawal, right, which the farmers offer me. Now, this is a cosmopolitanism that Spivak wants to uphold. And she says that sometimes it's important when we talk about the admixture of ideas, mores, and values, and customs, everything, right? So that figure of a person, somebody who is from the West and who goes to the temple here in the East and who goes to the McDonald's, the nearest outlet, to grab a burger, but who's also well versed in Gita. Now, where would you place that person, right? So this binary opposition between the East and the West, it has to be dismantled. Of course, post-colonialism is an act of answering back to the West, right? Or in a way to do away with the shackles or the bonds or the chains that have really, really disturbed us or bound us as a very, very small entity. See, the moment the shackles are gone, you are not in a position to say that I am wronged or I am always put at the back burner or I am always there at the receiving end. So that can be done at the personal level. But once that binary opposition is dismantled, I think the figure of a cosmopolitan entity comes to the fore. And where would you place them? Or where would you place the woman? Or where would you place the child?
Okay, ma'am. One more last question, that is, can the subaltern speak in post-colonial India? If yes, then what about the voices of the migrant laborers during pandemic? Hello? Am I audible?
I think there may be network issue with ma'am. Hello, Namrata ma'am, are you there?
Yeah. I'm here. I'm so sorry. There was a
It's-
problem at my end, a network connection problem. Yeah.
There's a question, ma'am.
Come on.
Somebody asked that can the subaltern speak in post-colonial India? If yes, then what about the migrant labor?
The migrant laborers.
Yes.
Could you just come again, please? So
Yes,
sorry.
yes.
There is a very bad network connection here. Yeah.
Not an issue, ma'am. It happens. The question is, can the subaltern speak? If it is yes, then what about our migrant labor who recently suffered much during the pandemic?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And these homeless people, they suffered double because they lost their job and like they actually took a journey on their, like journey by foot to reach their hometowns. And many of them lost their lives also. Now, this is a very, very negative frame, that has been put forth. And the way the common people, especially the migrant laborers, they are suffering, that also makes us question the patterns of governance of the present political party. Now, yes, as you pointed out, now these people, of course, rightly you have used the word subaltern for them, right? Look at the way they are constantly bogged down. Look at the way, like they have been, in a way, trying to, go for a very, very good kind of a, like all of us, right? We need that kind of a living, right? That's all right. And how these people are earning their livelihood, right? By toiling hard day in and day out. Unlike us, we are the privileged ones. So therein also comes in the idea of how we look at them. And also the fact that media, which has circulated the images of the migrant laborer, now the media, like how honest is this projection? Now, of course, like yes, there is a transparency in the process, but most of the time media is silent when it comes to the efficacies of certain important incidents. Now, these people, like how to, in a way, speak on behalf of them? Now, that's my question, right? Now, it will be just falling into the same trap because the way you experience your reality is totally different from how they configure their reality. Of course, you can make them speak or you can make them narrate their saga of pain or in a way push them to the foreground so that they have that kind of a platform to speak what they are going through right now. See, that would be the right agenda to do, because I, who's sitting here at the luxury of my home, now, of course, a privileged person like me cannot ever speak on behalf of them, right? But yes, the aids, the modes, the methods, the modalities, the platform that I can provide or that I can offer to these people, that I can do. But beyond that, their documentation has to be their documentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's a wonderful session from your side. We are really grateful to you. There are some other good questions also, but there is hardly any time for us. Dr. Hassan is waiting for us. Thank you so much for talking to our participants, for speaking in the webinar. Now it's time that we'll move to a plenary session. Plenary session 1. For that, we have an eminent Associate Professor, Dr. Sheikh Mehdi Hassan, joining us from Bangladesh. Let me introduce him before he delivers the lecture. Dr. Sheikh Mehdi Hassan earned his PhD in English Literature from EFL University, formerly known as CIEFL, Hyderabad, India, under SARC scholarship scheme sponsored by the Government of India. He is currently Associate Professor in the Department of English Language and Literature, Jatiya Kavi Kazi Nazrul Islam University, Trishul Maimansingh, Bangladesh. He is Executive Editors of Manovidya Gaveshana Patra and Dialogics, published by his university, Jatiya Kavi Kazi Nazrul Islam University, Trishul, Bangladesh. Apart from co-editing New Journal of Arts and Social Science, published by Southeast University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. He has also published research articles widely in national and international journals. He works as a reviewer. For many journals published by Bangladeshi universities. His first book, Introduction to Poetry, Rhetoric and Prosody, was published in 2006. He authored 2 poetry collections, Kaler Konkal in 2018 and Shaptopi Amar Shor in 2019 in Bengali. Besides, he translated 2 other books from Bengali into English, which are likely to come out very soon. His research interests include, among others, South Asian writing in English, post-colonialism and the New World Order, culture studies, and English studies. We are delighted to have Dr. Hassan with us today as our speaker. He will speak on the topic, Rethinking Post-Colonialism in the New World Order. We request our viewers, participants, you can drop your queries related to the lecture, which will be given by Dr. Hassan in the chat box. Those who are watching us on YouTube, they can also leave their questions there. We'll collect them for a discussion. Now over to Dr. Hassan.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible to us.
Okay, thank you, Ranojit Mandal. I am welcoming all to today's conference. It's two-day international webinar, in fact. Title of this is Rethinking Postcolonial Studies, Issues and Challenges, organized by Rural Institute of Higher Studies, Bhograi, Odisha, India. I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to the principal of that institute, Professor Sushil Kugiri, for inviting me to deliver my speech in this webinar. And also in this webinar, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Fakir Mohon University, Balashar, Professor Madhumita Das was present, and she delivered the introductory speech. And also there are other esteemed researchers, academicians. I'd like to welcome them all and thank them all. And special thanks to the convener of this webinar, Ranojit Mondal, who really worked very hard to organize this successful webinar. I feel so happy and so privileged to be invited in to this webinar to deliver a few of my thoughts on rethinking postcolonialism in the New World Order. In fact, this is the title of today's speech or lecture, that is Rethinking Postcolonialism in the New World Order. And this webinar has been organized by mostly by the people of Odisha. And when I think of Odisha, I remember one person especially, who is one of my PhD supervisors, Professor Dilip Naik. I think he's familiar in this region, and once who worked at Utkal University in Bhubaneswar for a long time. And also many of my friends with whom I spent very nice time at CIFL, English and Foreign Languages University, which is located in Hyderabad. And there was a surprise to me. In fact, once I happened to visit Utkal University, and I went to the Department of English, and there I saw a room, and in front of the room I saw the nameplate of Professor Dilip Naik. Once he was working there, but at that time he was not there. He was working at IFLU, the English and Foreign Languages University. But interestingly and surprisingly, the people, I mean, the people respect him so much that they did not remove his nameplate from his room. It was there. I saw it. So it indicates that the people of Odisha, in fact, they respect the scholars, the professors, and the academicians so much. And they, in fact, I should say that they appreciate knowledge and the people who are in pursuit of knowledge. Okay, so today's presentation, let me first talk about the outline, what we are going to do. I mean, two keywords we can see here. One is that post-colonialism, another one is the New World Order. The first one is so familiar. Second one is also known to many of us. So what you're going to do? So first, we'll try to review what we know about post-colonialism at the present time, and also why. And there'll be a question, in fact, that is, why do we need to know about the New World Order? I mean, what is the significance of relating these two terms, that is post-colonialism and the New World Order? That is one thing. Another thing is that is post-colonialism as an approach or a literary theory adequate to encounter emerging challenges in literary and language studies and cultural studies? And we'll see if that is not so, then why? What are the reasons behind this inadequacy? And then we will try to know all the whys. I mean, I have mentioned several whys. Then we can make a point, that is point that we need to rethink or re-evaluate the post-colonial studies in the broader sense. So in fact, post-colonialism, though this ism, ISM, indicates it's a theory, but it is used more as an approach than a theory. And as an approach, it is used in many disciplines. It's not only used in our discipline, that is literary or cultural studies. It is used in political science, anthropology, history, sociology, ethnography, and so many other fields. And mostly in English studies, it is very common in most of the English departments around the world. I mean, we can say that all of the English departments around the world. And it is, as we know, my previous speaker also pointed out several issues and challenges of post-colonial theory. We know that it is commonly considered a literary, cultural, and political meta theory. I should use the word meta theory, which is deeply rooted and situated in the history of colonialism. A lot of discussions, debates are available regarding this theory. So many terms have emerged out of this post-colonial studies. We already know binary opposition, this colonial versus post-colonial, East versus West, post-colonial criticism, post-coloniality, post-colonial condition. So many terms have drawn the attention of academicians and also general readers. And also there are so many sub-terms that we have also found in post-colonial studies, such as hybridity, in-betweenness, and interstage, and also multiculturalism, also transculturalism, and so many terms related to identity studies, in fact. And now we know that there is no territorial colonialism. I mean, you can say in the absence of direct colonialism, we have also so many other new terms such as neo-colonialism, neo-imperialism, post-imperialism, etc. And also there is a tendency to move away from that defined binary of center versus periphery, or colonizer versus colonized. And we have in fact ended up with an ambiguous space. We talk about space a lot when we talk about post-colonial studies or post-colonial theory, and we also borrow so many terms from post-structuralism and also post-modernism, and it is sometimes it seems to be a theoretical jigsaw. I mean, many students have to take courses in post-colonial studies at various universities, especially in ex-colonies. I mean, in Indian subcontinent, in South Asian countries, the students are supposed to take courses in post-colonialism, and so many times, they are so confused, and that it seems to them to be a sort of theoretical jigsaw, and which especially depends on a sort of Eurocentric frame. I mean, most of the theoretical concerns and the issues are invented and also imported from Europe, and it was developed in European European metropolitan universities, and especially by Western or Western trained academicians, and also another fashion, you can say, you can find in the present scenario, that is sort of, it's a fashion to do post-colonial studies on every literary text or cultural text which is produced in ex-colonies by for example South Asian writers, or by African writers, or by the diaspora writers. So it seems to be fashionable. I mean, like just for doing post-colonial for the sake of post-colonialism. But is it farcical or fashionable? That is the question. We'll move on to go deep into the discussion, and we'll see that. Then there is a tendency, I mean, in post-colonial studies, One part is obviously theoretical, another part is related to literary and cultural productions, especially the novels and movies, etc. So there are a number of writers who started writing in English and who are from ex-colonies, and those writers, you know, if you start with Mulkraj Anand, in fact, who wrote the first novel, Indian novel in English successfully, and was the first published writer, in fact. And then Raja Rao was there, R.K. Narayan, and recently there are many other writers like Amitabh Ghosh, Jhumpa Lahiri, Kiran Desai. So you will find several changes. I mean, obviously Salman Rushdie was there. He, in fact, initiated a new type of style in South Asian writing in English, and Bharati Mukherjee was there. So many writers are residing in the West and writing. So recently, there is a tendency that the previous speaker, Dr. Pathak, also mentioned. The tendency is to replace the term post-colonial or post-colonialism with any other term. And there is logic. Logic is that the post-colonialism as an approach or as a theory, it is overused, misused, and it is, and already I have mentioned that there is a tendency to post-colonialism to almost all types of texts. So there is a sort of tendency among the academicians and the researchers, even books are published and articles have been written. The tendency is to replace the term post-colonialism with another term, that is cosmopolitanism, or sort of cosmopolitan study. Sometimes they term some texts written by, like The Inheritance of Loss, written by Kiran Desai, or the texts that are written by short stories that are written by Bharati Mukherjee, Jhumpa Lahiri. So they call those books cosmopolitan, and also there is a tendency like anything which is written by Jhumpa Lahiri or Amitabh Ghosh is post-colonial. So debate is going on. Debate is going on, and we'll also discuss like why we should call something post-colonial or why we should not call something post-colonial. Those issues we also try to point out, and also like there was a book I was reading by Elizabeth Jackson, who is a university professor in a Caribbean country. So she also put a lot of logic and arguments in favor of using the term cosmopolitan or cosmopolitanism instead of post-colonialism. We have no problem with any term. Cosmopolitanism, cosmopolitan can be used. But when there is the tendency, the question of replacing one term with another term, then it deserves some debates and some discussions. And also, so here, if we try to replace the term post-colonialism with another term like cosmopolitanism, then it will be a type of dehistoricizing our world and dehistoricizing the post-colonial studies. We must remember that the word post-colonialism is related to another term, which is colonialism. So when we replace the term, or if we remove the term post-colonial or post-colonialism, then we are removing a very disgraceful history of colonialism. We will be removing the history of slavery, history of racism, history of brutality, atrocities around the world. So that's why we need to think deeply about it. So it's like we are in the world, as I mentioned in the title, that it's a new world order. So we are in the world which is constituted by two things. One is history, another one is the present world order. I mean, by ignoring history, we cannot move to any direction. It will not take us to any theoretical or any theoretical conceptualization. So we have to, concentrate on history. That is one thing. So if we talk about history, the problem is that the problem regarding the term post-colonialism, the problem lies in another aspect. I should mention that. I mean, this theory that we are studying nowadays, that is post-colonialism, this theory was, born. In fact, this theory was born and developed in the West. That is the problem. Arif Dalik, in his essay, he mentions that in 1980s, I mean, in fact, after the publication of that seminal book by Edward Said, Orientalism, in 80s, the intellectuals and academicians were, you know, were offered different positions. I mean, the research positions like a PhD fellowship, postdoctoral fellowship in the West, and they are trained in the West. In fact, they are imported to the West, and then they developed a type of discourse. That discourse is Eurocentric, mostly in nature. And then the term post-colonialism, post-colonial studies became widespread across the globe, and other people who were staying in peripheries started following those discourses. And so that was he has mentioned that that was patronized, mainly that was patronized by the Western academia and the Western metropolitan universities. Then different departments were opened, and also the teaching positions and posts were created to promote post-colonial discourses. So that is problematic, because if post-colonialism developed in the East or in the peripheries, then there would not be a lot of debates, because the people who suffered and the people who were underprivileged and carrying the legacies of the atrocities of colonial history should have come up with a sort of counter theory or counter discourses to colonialism, but that did not happen. So that is one reality. That, and most post-colonial scholarship was practiced in English language. Even in the beginning, there was a tendency that any text should be post-colonial if that text is written in English or in French, I mean in the colonial language, the language of the colonizers. Otherwise, that text would not be considered as post-colonial. But we have moved away from this tendency. So that is one reason. And then when we talk about the history of post-colonialism, then we also should talk about then what happened after that. Then we know that discourses, post-colonial discourses, were developed by other theoreticians. We have known about Homi Bhabha. We have known about Bill Ashcroft, who wrote the book Empire Writes Back. Homi Bhabha's That Location of Culture, those books were published. And then we came to know about different terms like hybridity, multiculturalism, in-betweenness, speech, so many terms. And then there was a tendency to subvert the binary structure, that is East versus West. Then those people claim that there are spaces, and there is a there is a space, there's a space, or there's another term which is called liminality. So something is liminal, something is dwelling in two spaces altogether. So those issues came. Then my argument is that with those issues, with that discursive practice post-colonialism, then we have found various degrees of the post-colonial. various degrees of the post-colonial can be located, such as less privileged post-colonial, underprivileged post-colonial, highly privileged post-colonial, beyond privileged post-colonial, and it will go on and on. So, and also we'll also see that the privileged post-colonial dwell in the space of liminality, in fact, and they fill up the last inch, and the less privileged have no way to enter that space. I mean, less privileged post-colonial who cannot even enter this space. So what does it indicate? It indicates that that space is not a sort of egalitarian or democratic space. That space is not based on equality or equity, you can say. So then that space does not ensure dialogues, that dialogical equality cannot be found in that space. So all the post-colonial people don't have the equal space or the equal opportunity in that space, in that liminality. So that's why there are so many types of post-colonial we can see. And even this uh, and then out of these spaces, post-colonial theories and studies developed, and it became a sort of umbrella term, a sort of meta theory. Under it, there are so many types of studies emerged. So already we listened to the discussion of the previous speaker. She talked about subaltern studies. So subaltern studies is a field that emerged out of the post-colonial studies. Then also in India, especially Dalit studies, and also the studies of minority and regional literature. So many subfields emerged out of that meta theory, post-colonialism. Now, then where is the problem? Like, if we discuss like this, and if we bring about these issues, then there are some vague spaces. There are some vague concepts that are ambiguous. I mean, there's no definite direction in this type of post-colonial studies. I mean, everybody is practicing it, everybody is using it, misusing it, quoting it, unquoting it. So there is a sort of anarchy, a sort of disorder in this post-colonial, in the present practice of post-colonial scholarship. I mean, the people who are getting privileged, and some people are speaking for the subaltern. I mean, subaltern cannot speak. How can they speak? If I ask you the question, how can they speak? If you people, like we, speak on behalf of them, then how will they get their voice heard? I mean, we are stopping them to articulate their concerns. We means the people like Gayatri Chakraborty Spivak, who are teaching at metropolitan universities, at Western universities, who are speaking for them. I mean, who are speaking and who are sharing the ideas and the concerns of the subaltern. Then how can subaltern speak? And subaltern can speak in the language. Yes, that was discussed. But that language, their speech is not reached. I mean, that has not that does not reach anywhere. So that is problematic. I mean, sometimes in the name of post-colonial studies, another type of discriminatory practice or colonial practice can be seen. Anyway, so we move to some more points. I mean, we are talking about post-colonialism. Then sometimes it is also argued by some people like like colonialism or colonization is not a new thing. Mainly we talk about European colonization when we talk about post-colonial theory or post-colonial studies, but some people say that even before the European colonization in India, even India was ruled by the Mughal, by the Muslim rulers. So they colonized India. So why don't we talk about them? Okay, so then what would be, I mean, the approaches, what would be our responses? I mean, there are certain things that were unique in European colonization. One thing I will quote from a novel, Burnt Shadows by Kamila Shamsi, and then I mean the audience will decide on it. In that novel, there is a character whose name is Sajjad. So after the partition in 1947, we know that there are communal riots. You know, he is living in Delhi. He was living in Delhi. He calls it Delhi, not Delhi, because he claims that Delhi, it should be Delhi. I mean, Delhi was anglicized by the colonizers. So he was living in Delhi, his Delhi, and he had been living there for the last 600 years. And Delhi was his motherland, his country, his home. So after 1947, after the two countries were created, uh, India and Pakistan, then he had to move to Pakistan. He had to migrate to Pakistan. So when he didn't want to move to Pakistan, in fact, he was forced to go to Pakistan. Then he said that he was leaving his home. He was leaving his home. But there are other characters like the Barton family, Mr. Barton and Mrs. Barton. So the Barton, who are the English people. So when the Barton are leaving India, they are going there. They are going home. When the Barton family were leaving India, they are going home. That means they did not make India their home. They remained the outsiders. They remained the colonizers. They made India their colony, not their home. So that is the difference. I mean, there is no cultural assimilation. They could not assimilate with Indian culture. But if you read, you know, a history book by Romila Thapar, Cultural Past, you'll find that there were instances of cultural assimilation many years ago. I mean, even before Islam emerged, before Muslims emerged in the world, there were contacts and communications between the Arabs and the Indians. There were interactions and interchanges of culture, of language, and there are trades and business. So many of them settled down in this Indian subcontinent, and they became Indian. They learned the language. Their children, spoke the local Indian languages. So this way they assimilate. They are assimilated in Indian civilization. Indian civilization has a very long history. I mean, it's a very rich civilization. So that is the difference. I mean, the colonizers, especially the European colonizers, they colonized different countries with the civilizing, so-called civilizing nation, but they did not make those countries their homes. And that's why we are doing the post-colonial studies or post-colonial theory. Especially, we refer to the European colonization that took place in 18th century, 19th century, and the first half of the 20th century, mostly around the Second World War. And just a sort of revisit to the project of colonization. What are the main projects or main characteristics of that colonization? You know that we can divide it into a few categories. That is a few categories in terms of its nature. First, you can say that it was economic in its objective or in its nature. So economic reason was there, cultural, political, and ideological. In ideological, you can also read religious. So, and all these objectives, ended up with a sort of inhuman and brutal, application of colonial power. So first of all, if we talk about ideology, like ideology, and obviously colonialism was ideological. Why we can't, dehistoricize our present studies of post-colonialism or the literary texts that are produced, that are published? So I'm just trying to, place my arguments regarding this. So as the colonialism was mainly ideological, it was based on ideology. What was that ideology? It was based on racism mainly, and then it was based on a very peculiar equation which was pointed out by Amos Césaire, that is Christianity was considered equal to civilization. So if somebody becomes Christian, then that person will be civilized, and that was one thing. And also paganism is equal to savagery, and they claimed that they had the divine right or a sort of divine mission to civilize the rest of the world, and to civilize means to colonize, and they had the civilizing mission. So that was ideological, and the central part of that ideology was racism, and the racism in fact opened up that slave trade, slavery, and other inhuman businesses. And another aspect was that it was economic. Obviously, that slavery, looting, slavery, and all those things, in fact, contributed to capitalism. So capitalism and colonialism were just cousins. They are inseparable. They are inseparable. I mean, capitalism, without studying, without knowing, understanding capitalism of that time, we can't understand the true nature of colonialism. And then you see that later on, especially after the end of colonization, during decolonization, we saw that another term, that is globalization. So it also helped capitalism to flourish across the world.
Hello, sir. You are not audible to us. There is probably some network issues. We'll wait for some time and we'll see. I'm trying to connect, sir. We are reconnecting Mehdi sir. Kindly bear with us for a moment. Dear participants, thank you so much. We'll wait a bit for Mehdi sir. So he was actually giving an overall view of post-colonialism, and he tried to, show how we can contribute to subaltern, how we can also, how colonialism still exists in the so-called world of post-colonization. And he has also tried to, connect the shift that took place between colonization and post-colonization. So the talk was going on really very nice, but it's because of network issue we are unable to get served with us. So we got the response from Mehdi sir. He just joining us again. There was a problem in Wi-Fi, so he just joining us. Dear participants, thank you so much for joining us. Tomorrow we also have a great session ahead. We have speakers from, from India as well as from abroad, and we will also wait for you. We will also wait for your participation tomorrow. We are just waiting for Mehdi sir to join us. Hello participants, thank you so much for waiting. Sorry, just joining us. We have another speaker, Dr. Neela Saxena from New York. So we'll wait for a bit hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Actually, Dr. Mehdi got disconnected due to some network issues. We're waiting for a bit, and otherwise we'll go with you.
Sure, take your time. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Namaskar.
Our participants are also waiting for you.
Okay.
We have huge numbers of participants.
Yes, I can see that.
Yes, ma'am. We can do one thing, ma'am. If we are ready, we'll go with you. Then, if Mehdi sir can connect us again, we'll take him at the end of the day. So,
okay,
my dear participants, so we are deeply sorry for the network issues. So we'll do what is that we have Dr. Section with us. We'll go with ma'am's lecture, and then if possible, if we can reconnect Dr. Mehdi sir, then we'll have him at the end of the presentation. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Saxena before she begins her lecture. Dr. Nila Bhattacharya Saxena is Professor of English and Women's and Gender Studies at NASA Community College, New York. She has published 2 books, Absent Mother, God of the West, A Kali Lover's Journey into Christianity and Judaism, published by Lennington Books in 2016 and 19, and In the Beginning is Desire, Tracing Kali's Footprints in Indian Literature, published by Indialog in 2004. Some of her other publications include Mapping the Chiasmas, Liberating Patterns in a Planetary Mandala in Contemporary Voices from Anima Mundi, a rephrasal in the year 2020, AI at Awakened Intelligence, Buddha, Carwell, and Phil Mhar in Theology and Science in January 2020. Women is Anthroprajnatmika, a spectrum of enlightenment from Maradarkias to female Buddhas in Tantric Buddhism, Iridescent Self in the Womb of the Holy Mother, a Vajrayani meditation in social theory and Asian dialogues. It was published in 2018. Then another significant publication from Dr. Saxena, that is Neither Theos nor Logos, Indic Divine Mother Beyond Onto Theology. Another publication that took place in 2013 is Prodigy, Poet and Freedom Fighter, Sarojini Naidu, The Nightingale of India in Indian Poetry in English. Then Peopling an Unaccustomed Earth, Jhumpa Lahari's Supreme Fiction Journeys into Human Conditions in Argument in 2012. And another most important and significant publication, Geocentric Theology of Tantric Hinduism, a meditation upon the Devi in Oxford Handbook of Feminist Theology. It's published in 2011. She writes a blog, Stand Under the Mother Principle, and has also given quite a few online seminars. We are really delighted today to have Dr. Nila Bhattacharya Saxena with us today as our speaker. She will speak on the topic Colonizing Modernity and its Dissolution, a gynocentric perspective. Viewers, you can drop your question related to the talk in the chat box. We'll collect them for discussion at the end. Thank you so much, Nila ma'am. It's morning 6:30 in New York probably, and you agreed to talk in such early morning. We are really thankful to you. Over to Dr. Saxena.
Well, namaskar, everybody. Thank you very much. I appreciate this invitation. Yes, it's about 6:45 here in New York. I also thank the entire college, everybody who has joined here, and especially my friend Anantagiri, who introduced me to you. So I'm going to go and share my screen here. Let me see. Okay, so can you all see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible, clearly visible.
Okay, all right. So, so when I started to think about the subject here, think about the whole subject, especially in the context of where we are and where the whole world is at this point. I also apologize for not being able to listen to other speakers, even though I did catch a little bit of Dr. Mehdi's work at the end. So I may be repeating myself, so forgive me for that. I'm also not an expert in postcolonial theory. I actually stopped doing it in the traditional sense a while ago. So I need to probably explain some of the terms I'm using here. So I'll begin here with why I am using a colonizing modernity. I'm sure people have already talked about it and you know. So modernity as a Euro-American provincial ideology of progress where the past is antiquated. So provincial, I'm referring to Dipesh Chakrabarty's work, Provincializing Europe, which was universalized. And it was a part of this atheistic and reductive materialism of scientific. I'm just talking about the reductive aspect of scientific materialism, under which, the earth was feminized and native people were othered. And as I caught the last few things, capitalism, instrumental rationality, Eurocentric colonial powers, these are all part of that entire project. But of course, life is a paradox. Every energy brings its positive and negative aspects. So these have brought forth both incredible machines and the time of the Anthropocene, a new geological marker. After all, we are communicating across time and space right now through this unbelievable machinery. And we are able to communicate even though we are homebound right now. But we know that this Anthropocene, human action has led to our current planetary crisis, including this situation that we are in. So what is this colonizing modernity? Modernity itself is foundationally colonizing. And it has this certain ideas for which I'm just giving a quick reference to Rishi Aurobindo here. Even though I have not had time to really go deep into it, a friend referred to this particular comment where he says that colonization as an ontological condition of modernity. So and it leads to this epistemological alienation, all kinds of different kinds of. So why is it? Because the very idea, it kind of takes over. It has this energy which believes that in a linear progress, and everything that is behind, it's also connected with a kind of supersessionist religion. Everything in the past is primitive. Everything in the past was, antiquated, and we need to leave behind because we are moving towards a kind of utopian future, which of course has not panned out. So the question is that this epistemological alienation, what do we do with it? It can be eradicated by an integral education, which is a very different kind of project. And as I go through, you'll see how we can do that. But in order to cleanse ourselves from the ontological condition of modernity that has colonized our psyches, we need different methods. Upaya kaushala, skillful means, to use the Buddha's term. So here we are. So think about the contradictions under this, what I would call smartphone modernity. So people are holding perhaps the most sophisticated machines in our palms, including my students. And the notion of female inferiority, or in terms of racial and caste inferiority at the same time. How is it possible? So if we want to think modernity in positive terms, that has challenged some deep-rooted prejudices of sexism, racism, even all kinds of things, we do not necessarily psychically understand that. So we need a deeper kind of understanding. Carl Jung had used the word modern in a different way, which is, I won't have time to go into, but we need to become aware of this kind of, which is not actually useful in any way. We need to understand where these foundational prejudices are coming from. But the reason I wanted to talk about the current situation, that this entire project of colonizing modernity has brought the entire world on the brink of disaster. So here I'm invoking a term, hungry ghosts or pretas, which Vajrayana Buddhism uses, that we have all become hungry ghosts. In the midst of plenty, and I'm talking about the so-called developed world under this colonizing modernity, where there is plenty and still there is, anxiety about more and more and more. And we are all running helter-skelter. We are all running constantly, polluting the earth, polluting our psyches, never satisfied. So if we are living under this hungry ghost a kind of a situation, we need to recognize and that there is something we need to do collectively here. So since this is post-colonial theory, rethinking as you call it, so I'm going to invoke Professor Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak's some of her terms. In one of her recent talks, she called it an empty word. And I'm invoking here the teacher, Spivak. Here she says, I'm a teacher, I teach. That's my activism, both in the United States and in West Bengal. I have no respect for education through NGOs. Quite frankly, they don't know the nature of the job. She's talking about this global philanthropic aspect, and there are plenty other things that she talks about. But I'm going to refer to a few things. What I realized that education can be denied to many, many people, but education can also be used for colonizing the mind. So that is something to keep, because I'm probably talking to a lot of teachers here. How do we teach, and what do we teach, and what is the purpose of that? She talks about the right to intellectual labor that we have denied to so many people, and she says we need to teach whom we have damaged, those of us who come from privileged positions. And she is now talking about using one's privilege against the grain. But it's very important, another term, another understanding of colonial adventure and decolonization. So she says that failure of decolonization begins day after negotiated independence, because as we know, neo-colonial forces take over and we are folded together with the other side. That's our own complicity. Of course, the word "we" is also problematic. Who is this "we"? But I'm just talking about collectively, people. I guess some of us who have participated in it in a kind of unconscious, not knowing, or due to all kinds of historical contingencies. She also says not to romanticize the poor. She talks about affirmative sabotage, and some of you probably know about her extensive work that she has been doing. So at this point, then the post-colonial has to be transcended. So that's what I'm going to focus on. As she says, that colonized elite are complicit in global modernist and consumer capitalist projects. And since POCO, as it is called sometimes, is a part of a linear modernist, it's a temporal term, and we need to transcend it. Because what happens, because then we are denying the past, we are denying culture, because we are thinking that we are moving towards some kind of an utopian future under scientific materialism. We know all kinds of terms that came out of this colonial project. Third world, which is a euphemism for the economically exploited colonized world. The word South Asia is a market term. So we need to find a different way, because they're all connected. Because it is Eurocentric, it is connected with the idea of a kind of very curtailed humanism. It has to be understood. There's so much going on, and I don't want to go to that. But what I'm saying, that in order to transcend this particular theoretical understanding of it, we need to come to understand the world in civilizational terms. So here we can discuss Indic civilization. And so many people have worked towards understanding, and I'm invoking the recently demised Kapila Vatsayan's, who reclaimed our civilizational treasures. And just one, how do we do that? There are many different ways. So here we are. Now, again, I'm not going to go into all these different theories, but simply invoking Orientalism. But all I'm saying that let's just leave that and move towards orient ourselves to now. I'm just playing with words here. Said had, distinguished the difference between imperialism and colonialism. And I quote here, Imperialism involved the practice, the theory, and the attitudes of a dominating metropolitan center ruling a distant territory, while colonialism refers to the implanting of settlements on a distant territory. Now, at this point, I'm actually looking at imperialism is the imperialism of the controlling self, or a kind of a left brain. I will talk a little bit about that, where this imperial self colonizes all of us, the earth, and it has created a severe imbalance. It's also androcentric, it's patriarchal, but not necessarily the way we understand it. And what has happened is that this conditioned and unconscious mind is a colonized mind. So I'm proposing unthinking coloniality. Reach no mind of Zen, Chan, Dhyan, which is the root word, origin of the word Zen. So what do I mean by that? We need to decolonize, and our traditions, so many of the world's traditions know, how to do that. And actually that there is a true liberation there, and which gives us the strength and power to think clearly, understand what is truly needed at this point in the global situation. So I am invoking here an extraordinary work that has influenced me tremendously. One thing, Mr. Mondal, I keep getting this waiting room thing on my screen. Is it possible to remove that? Because it's...
Oh, okay, ma'am, we're trying that.
Yeah, it keeps saying people are see waiting room.
Okay, we're trying that now. Sure.
Yes.
You continue. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I actually will recommend this book for everybody who's teaching. It's called The Master and His Emissary. It's about the divided brain and Western modernity, and it's global reach. So when he talks about, this is a brain scientist, and he's also a human, studied humanities, English, literature, and the entire Western world, an extraordinary thinker. And he talks about the relentless growth of this self-consciousness. So we are not able to cooperate. This extreme individualism, extreme me culture that this whole, colonizing modernity has created. And it has led to an increasingly mechanistic, fragmented, decontextualized world. These are his words, marked by unwarranted optimism, mixed with paranoia and a feeling of emptiness. So he believes that the unopposed action of a dysfunctional left hemisphere, and again, I won't have time to go into it too much. Maybe, if there is conversation, I can talk about it later. But he also recognizes, I believe it to be profoundly true, that the inner structure of our intellect reflects the structure of the universe. Now, this is where the subject-object distinction is removed, and it suddenly goes into this, understanding that we can actually change things. We are not passive recipients, we are participants. He says the kind of attention we pay actually alters the world. We are literally partners in creation. So, and we know from, cutting edge science about, so with this subject object radical distinction, kind of coming from the Cartesian aspect, is now dissolved. So we need to look at the world and ourselves differently at this point. And I think writers like Ian McGilchrist are part of that, massive process. So I just want to say this, invoking this very famous film, Charlie Chaplin's early film, Modern Times, which I use in my classes. And so we, again, quote unquote, we must dismantle the world machine we created collectively, following the dictates of the imperial self that McGilchrist talks about. But then how do we do that? So when I speak, I like to at least find out a little bit about my audience. So I looked at your website, and I tried to see what kind of work you do, what kind of classes you teach, looked at some, some of the syllabi, philosophy, anthropology. and wonderful, wonderful work that you are doing. But you are a rural institute of higher studies. And you were saying that it justifies its title as a torchbearer for the rural folks of Bhograi, to provide them the light of wisdom and knowledge. So wisdom is a completely different thing. And I think I'm harping on that wisdom. So I went and looked for, and I found these videos, Karma Bhumi videos. I know that you are on the border of West Bengal, right near beautiful Digha. And I know there are issues that this particular, video talks about. And we need to, and what is really democracy, Ganatantra. So I picked up a couple of pictures. Look at these pictures from these Bhograi realities. So when we have a reality like that, it's actually a moving picture of this little boy pushing this cart that his mother, is bringing somewhere. It's a sweet picture, but at the same time, it is this child that we need to think about. It's this child's future that we need to think about. Then I saw this other rather disturbing, that there's a beautiful building and there are so few children who are even going to school. So when we talk about this post-colonial theory and this and that, we need to look at local realities and what is it that we can do to actually move to a world where all these children have a happy future, well-fed, with education, right to intellectual labor if they choose to. And that's probably something that we need to ground. So here, local realities, local and global, we need to connect both of them together here and see that as teachers, educators, participants in democracy and a different world, it is very, very vital that we look at this particular, our individual local reality. But yes, we can connect with the entire world. This is the wonderful opportunity we have. If we have access to a computer, we can learn about the entire world, but we know, of course, what we do with this knowledge, what we do this power is completely up to each one of us. So we need to prepare our children, we need to prepare the younger generation for a different reality. And moving away, again, certain things have to be understood. We need to understand the history of colonization. We need to understand certain things that because otherwise we keep repeating ourselves. But at the same time, we need to think differently. So now, again, I'm playing with words. Spivaks, this thing has been talked about over and over again. Now, subaltern, I'm not going to go into the terminology here. I'm playing and changing the word. Subalter. What is below the altar? What is below the high religions, academia, and theories of truth? Now, she has talked about religion, because I just accidentally ended up becoming a religion scholar, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And she had said that the only access to the world historicals, the world beyond our ordinary reality for the subaltern has been through religion. But we know religion is used to create conflict and stress and all over the world. But can it be used differently? What is below the altar? Is there something that is going on that it's in front of our eyes and we still do not see it? So, and then she talks about law and justice and how law is not justice. And she talks about agency of people who are laboring, the physical labor. This is an article that was published in New York Times. And I'm just going to quickly read this to understand how, this subalternity sometimes is produced. And so I'm just going to quote her quickly. When one group designates another as lesser, they're saying the inferior group cannot think in a reasonable way. It is important to remember that this is an intellectual violation. And in fact, that the oppressed group's right to manual labor is not something they are necessarily denied, right? In fact, the oppressed group is often pushed to take on much of society's necessary physical labor. That's what is implied in that image that I showed you before, that little boy pushing that cart and the mother, pulling the cart. Hence, it is not that people are denied agency. It is rather that an unreasonable or brutish type of agency is imposed on them. And the power inherent in this physical agency eventually comes to intimidate the oppressors. The oppressed, for their part, have been left with only one possible identity, which is one of violence, that becomes their politics and it appropriates their intellect. So there is a lot to unpack here, and you can read the article and see what she is saying here. And now we can see this, what is going on with the Black Lives Matter here in the United States and many other places. So we need to provide a level playing field. We have to understand this dynamic oppressor oppress, and we need to dissolve that through education. And I like what she says. She calls it a slow cooking of the soul, and kind of something to really look forward to, perhaps. Now, the other thing is, since we mentioned violence, I will refer to another book, which is a fabulous book to understand the situation that we have created. This is a book. It is called Jihad versus McWorld. So McWorld is a production of this colonizing modernity, right? Homogenizing, and jihad is this holding on to our small identities. This is referring to, it's simply a metaphor. And he talks about this political future, bleak, which is not democratic. And he talks about a kind of this extreme narrow identity politics on the one hand, and there's this effort by global capital and new colonizing movements to flatten the world. Of course, it hasn't happened that way. Again, all kinds of other identities have come up. And again, I'm not going to read the entire quote. It'll be available to you. You can go and read that. But it is a book which is worth looking at to understand that how we need to create participatory democracies and recognize that how both of these, extreme narrow identity politics on the one hand, and this global march, this utopian thing, but again, seriously problematic, what he's calling McWorld, that we need to get out of both of those. Now here I'm kind of talking to all of you. Some of you might have seen this film, PK. How it invokes the shape of human beings. Just imagine, how would we be perceived by an imagined alien? And we need to see that consumer capitalism itself is a pandemic. Racism, casteism, religious nationalism, all of these things are part of that. How hatred can be spread through WhatsApp. And then we travel in this hyper reality, this strange, unreal world. And I think this film, those of you who have seen it, it kind of foregrounds that quite well. So, and this hyper reality that we are living in, we need to understand that how this too this is what I mean by, colonizing modernity. Hyperreality in semiotics and postmodernism is an inability of consciousness to distinguish reality from a simulation of reality, especially in technologically advanced postmodern societies. People are completely engulfed in these machines. So again, think about the smartphone, modernity that I was talking about, that these are addictive machines. And these also take us to an unreal world, which is highly destructive to the individual and to the society. Now, of course, people have started to forget about humanism, transhuman or end of the human, but we haven't even figured out what is human. We haven't understood and the possibilities of our own humanity. So one of the essays that I have written that Mr. Mondal talked about, AI is awakening intelligence, where I'm playing with the word AI and critiquing the projects that you can, literally download your consciousness into a machine, which I don't think is going to happen. But these are some of the projects that are going on at this point, and we need to become aware of them. Then I will invoke another amazing writer, a historian. You all know Harari. I call him a prophet from Israel. And he's talking about that from humanism, we have moved to dataism. And this is a very, very powerful understanding that not only we have reached a point where this fake reality has taken over, but we are all just data to global capital. And then he says, let us hack ourselves. Now, this is a fascinating thing, and what he uses by hacking ourselves. That means we need to become aware of where. This is very old, of course, self-knowledge, deep self-knowledge. But where does he go actually to find the technology of hacking ourselves? Well, he goes to India. He goes for to Vipassana. He does this Vipassana meditation, and he's saying that if we do not know who we really are, global capital is turned, we are just nothing but data points. And of course, and its ramifications are huge. So we need to understand that and find ways to make use of the technology, but not fall for all the traps that it creates. So the hungry ghost, I'm also invoking some other images here. We need to realize. So think about the Rahu, right? Which is simply a head without a body. This disembodied understanding, it's a devouring head. Infinity with no boundaries of a body, because the body, rest of the body, head is cut off, right? When it is cut off, and it is always hungry. So this entire global capitalism, this entire colonizing modernity has reached the levels of our entire being, except it's like just a talking head, right? Like I am a talking head right now on a machine. I feel like I'm just talking to a machine here. So we need to recognize all of these things that are going on in the world and become this something that is deeper. Now, that takes us to my other term here, the gynocentric. So it just so happened that when I came to this country more than 3 decades ago, I am from Bengal, as you can see from my name, middle name. My husband grew up here since he was 5, and his family is from UP. And I took my mother God for granted, my Kali for granted. It was a deeply personal journey. But then what happened, it led to my own efforts to decolonize. So your motto, Sa Vidyaya Vimuktaye. So what is this mukti? What is this? This is not some ordinary religious thing. So here I have juxtaposed this colonial image of a Black female. And I grew up with Kali, just imagine. So my gynocentric perspective, I called Kali pregnant nothingness. So what I am saying here, and again, there is not enough time for me to go deep into it, but I have written extensively about that. So I'm speaking from the radical left of the tantric tradition. Again, a very messy word, but this is Odisha. This is the Punya Bhumi. You know what that is. It is the way of the woman. And when I wrote, I Stand Under the Mother Principle, the blog, which is easily available, you can check that out if you want to. I actually, this journey that began, it made me aware. It made me aware of this dissolved identity that comes from this very powerful intellectual and spiritual tradition. This is below the altar. Of course, Brahminical patriarchy has actually appropriated a lot of its liberatory process. I call it in the beginning is desire, and look for this gynocentric. The word gynocentric actually with a capital G refers to the Shakta tradition. Again, I don't need to explain that to you. And of course, the title comes from the Rig Veda, Nasadiya Sukta. Desire came upon that one in the beginning, and it leads to a dissolving emptiness. It's a practice, and there are personal experiences. And you can see from the title page of the book, this is an empty frame. We need to recognize our individual identity is actually dissolving in the womb of the Great Mother. And that's what I had been doing. And when I began writing the blog, actually, that was out of severe pain of extreme brutal rapes that happened in India. The children were killed here in the United States in 2013, at the end of 2012, and I began writing in 20. And you can go check that out. I have given the URL for that blog. And the second one is actually my travels in big parts of India in 2014, including Odisha, when I went and saw Puri. I brought my mother to the Puri temple and Konark temple, and this extraordinary civilization, extraordinary treasure house that no colonizing adventure can destroy, but we can self-destruct, by the way. That's a whole other story. Spivak also says that colonialism was only yesterday. We have created structures of oppression for millennia. So we need to, so I'm just referring to this work as a decolonizing effort on my part. Now, the second book that I wrote is a very different story. And again, the two pictures you're seeing, these are my gurus. My family is Siddhama on the right and my Vajra guru on the left. What happened when I began writing that book? I wondered what happened to the Mother God of the West. And that journey is another decolonizing effort, but that led to a magical embracing of my adoptive world. Now, what I discovered here is that the image of God in the mind, I call it a spiritual patriarchy of monotheism, that we all have unconsciously digested. Even though this is a very famous painting of Michelangelo, even though this God here is, and I discovered in my work that there is a female figure, Sophia Hokma, wisdom. This is wisdom. I have written about that, and how this gynocentric understanding of all encompassing mother wisdom, that is there, but it is repressed. And look at what happens in our own world. We have also created a kind of very subtle patriarchy through what I will call a Mayavadi abstraction, a homegrown Purusha-centric apps that devalues the feminized Prakriti. A lot of it is unconscious, even though when we go to the depth of the Tantric tradition, it is not so. It is a very different understanding of the word Maya. Of course, Maya is the project, it's very much like simulacra, right? What we are projecting from our own limited perspective. So these are some of the things that I've been playing with. And this has made me a part of what we will call the sacred feminism, the waves of sacred feminism. And the questions that I have, and I'm still engaging, what are the ramifications of an unconscious acceptance of God the Father, even if he consciously denied? What are the consequences of a radical metaphysical dualism that pits polarities against each other? What happens to both women and men's psycho-spiritual identity if the culture is saturated with androcentric symbols of power? We do not have that problem, but we have incredible number of goddesses, and still the oppression of women is very real. And then look at how we have exploited the earth. The planetary crisis of epic proportion might have led to a worldwide resurgence of the feminine principle. I was very much surprised to see that people wanted to hear about the mother god, whom I had taken for granted. And it's not just worshipping a statue, by the way. The deeper meaning of the mother principle has to be understood. So a little bit, gynocentric is not oppositional. It is not dualistic. So instead of an agon or agonistic fight, like, fight between all the polarities, whether it is male, female, light and dark, it is a dance. I call it, instead of dueling dualities, dancing dualities. And it is not the Hegelian master-slave dialectic, but the mother-child dyad. And there is no homogenizing movement of the spirit where the self returns to its splendid isolation, which can happen even through certain kinds of Advaita, where you can, and not see the absolutely breathtaking beauty of the world. And so it is this, deeper tradition where the word Gaia, Gayatri, Gaini, Gunas, it is deeply embodied understanding of the mother principle, which of course is beyond the polarity. Pregnant nothingness, Kali, is beyond the polarities. Both the masculine and the feminine arise from that dark womb. It's also an understanding that this entire world is simply a tiny manifestation that's coming out of the womb of the Great Mother. So now I will bring you a little bit, as I almost at the end of my talk. So some of the things that really give me deep pleasure. So here I am invoking our Sahajiya Baul tradition. So I don't know how many of you know, perhaps I hope you know about Baul Shamrat Shah Abdul Karim. He hopes for the whole world to be Baul one day. And in an interview with Kalika Prasad, it was such an amazing interview that I read just a few days ago. And he was given a big prize. First, he thought it's only 3,000 rupees. And then he was told, oh, it's 3 lakh. And he's scared. And so what am I going to do with all this money? This is such an amazing, of course, he's this master baul, right? And he's singing. So Kalika Prasad says, well, if you go and there's nobody, you've gone to sing and people haven't showed up. So he said, I will sing just for one person so that I can express this idea. But who is a baul? Baul, Bayu, Laya, it is a dissolution in the air element, again, is part of the entire Upaya Kaushala, which all the tantric traditions, Shaiva, Shakta, Vaishnava, Krishna, and of course the Buddha's wisdom, which is foundational in our entire region that we come from. And bauls are the inheritors of this amazing tantric gnosis. I call it gynosis because it is connected with that gynocentric tradition. Kali is Mahamudra, that is one of her names that the Buddhists use. Nur Mohar is the Sufi word that is used. She's also Mahapragya, does not belong to any religion. That is the most extraordinary part of this tradition that I discovered, thanks to stereotypical colonized understanding of me as an oppressed third world woman that I faced when I came here. But it led me back to a kind of self-decolonizing and discovery of this master world. And then, of course, I discovered that that tradition is there in another form in every religion. That is what I mean, sub-altar. What is below the altar? What has been repressed by powerful systems? So, of course, again, I'm invoking Spivak. There's a lot of confusion about that. Can the subaltern speak? Subaltern speaks. It's just that we cannot hear. So the question is, can we hear the subaltern? And by subaltern, I mean this entire whole tradition, which is below the altar, who may have something to say that high modernity does not know. We know the history of Tantra, even though there is a lot of misunderstanding. It arose from the indigenous shamanic wisdom traditions of so that's the voice that I want to invoke. That's the voice that I am hoping we can hear. And there are so many different ways people have been decolonizing. So I want to refer to some of these works. And again, one by Anantagiri himself, The Pathways of Creative Research, Festival of Dialogues. I've been very fortunate to be a part of that. I want to refer to my great friend, Frederick Apfel Marglin. She has done such amazing anthropological work. And this is the work she did in Orissa. It's called Rhythms of Life, Enacting the World with the Goddesses of Orissa. And she realized from her work there, and again, she's a severe critic of this colonizing modernity. And she's been doing a lot of work in Peru now. And this is another book by a Korean friend who invokes in her work, this is Postcolonial Theology, where she invokes something called Salim in the Korean shamanic world. And many different ways people are reaching out and not going back to some imagined past, by the way. It's very important to differentiate this effort to return to some glorious past. No, we cannot do that. Not everything about the past is good. We need to get out of our highly problematic nationalism, religious nationalism, and oppressive systems of caste and all that. But there are different ways that we can make use of the tools that have been given to us. So this is what leads to our understanding of understanding the structures of oppression within. Now, Spivak acknowledges in her work that she's paying her debt because her caste ancestors ruined people for thousands of years. Colonialism was only yesterday. So the external structures also mimic the internal structure. I'm invoking this image of Kala Chakra, where this excess of lust, greed, and anger. After all, global capitalism depends on this excessive greed. Fear mongering, politics of greed, this is what has led us to this point. And of course, again, the paradox, what has happened in this coming together through the colonial adventure or misadventure is coming together of the worlds. So mindful meditation practices that have become a staple. And look at this, even we have reached a post-materialist science. So this, monks in the lab, modernity and its linearity has brought us to the edge of a universe that is beyond marvelous. So this decolonizing, I call it decolonizing reality. I have also written about that, talked about it. The dialogue between Einstein and Tagore. There are amazing books that have come up now about the fabric of the cosmos, and neuroscience is discovering what is the power of meditation. Of course, it's problematic. Nothing is perfect. Appropriation, all kinds of things happen, but we need to look at the positive aspects. Let's look at this microbe, right? The microbe itself is part of this strange connection between life and death. It's kind of trying to communicate with us, right? Is this microbe, we are in the microbe, we are also the microbe in this interconnected web of existence. But think about it, the most underprivileged are the most vulnerable to this, and we need to do something about it. But this is organizing, a completely different space for us. Look at the situation, that when I'm talking to you, I've never met you, I hope to someday, but it is time. It's time out from Mother Earth. The timeout is given as a punishment to children that go to your rooms and think what you have done. So we've been asked to go home, which is of course going within and seeking the reality within. Now I'm just quickly going through this, Bruno Latour, if you want to look at his work, where globalism is interrupted. He's invoking Gaia, which is an ancient goddess. He talks about something that we have never been modern. And he speaks about India as a reservoir of alternative interpretations of what the global is. And these ways of viewing the world need to be exposed. So gynocentric imagination, where we can blend political feminism with the feminine principle, which is not agonistic, which embraces the masculine, embraces our inner journeys. And here I invoke the wisdom that your motto also talks about, the Pragya Shakti, Ruah, the spirit. This is the very breath of life. And, the virus which makes us aware of our breath. We need to understand that how we are interconnected. No matter, however difficult the world is, we are still interconnected through this breath of life. And all over the world, this is going on. This is a map of indigenous people that, here in North America, people are reclaiming the indigenous culture, its wisdom traditions, wonderful recognition. Real people are realizing the Native Americans here who had this reverence for the earth, the waters, the mountains, they had a deeper understanding than the religions that destroyed these cultures. And that, and it has led to something like Global Oneness Project, well, understanding of different languages, mother tongue, but we cannot just be talking about even though mother tongue is very important. Spivak also talks about that how it is pre-rational and therefore natural ethics is embedded in it. But we, those who are coming from the Indic civilization, across the national borders, we are bilingual, trilingual, and we are able to walk into the space of the other. So this is my last thing. And I would implore and say that we need to unthink colonizing modernity and move towards probably an awakened intelligence, which is the call of the mother principle. Not easy, but from my own perspective, and I think this is probably the way that we will actually connect with the entire world and our neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. It's a wonderful talk. We are very grateful that you have also gone through our website and got to know something about our college, institution, and the place where it is located. And the talk is really very nice. The way you have highlighted, the subaltern issues and how things can get, better during the era of post-colonialism. Our participants find it very interesting. They kept on asking us that if it is possible to get the slides and the recorded videos. We have also told that the video is also available in YouTube. They can also get it for their reference. So the talk is really very nice. I request Dr. Vijay Katan Patnaik, who has already noted some questions from our participants for the discussion. Over to Dr.
Sure.
Patnaik.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Dr. Shikshana. I have located a few questions in the chat box. The first question is, what is the difference between colonial legacy and imperialism? What is
Right.
the difference between colonial legacy and imperialism?
Okay, so I already gave the quote from Saeed there. So simple colonialism is simply going to another, country and taking its resources. But imperialism is much bigger. Imperialism is from the metropolitan centers. It controls the world, which continues today. So you can go back to that slide where I have quoted, Orientalism from Edward Said. But let me clarify. I invoked that, but this is where things get complicated. I'm talking about imperial self, all right? Imperialism of the self, that is completely different. So for that, we need to understand the part in us that is that, isolated self that wants to devour the world for its own purposes. So which is a different meaning, which I'm exploring right now, and I presented as part of my ongoing work. But yes, in the historical sense, imperialism and colonialism, people colonize other places for the resources and then they leave. But the imperial centers, are a completely different story. And that can exist anywhere. That can exist anywhere at this point. It doesn't have to be the center is not necessarily New York or London. It can quite very well be Bangalore or New Delhi.
Thank you, ma'am. Could you please explain how consumer capitalism is a pandemic?
Okay, yes, that's a very good question. Consumer capitalism is a pandemic. That's why I invoked the image of the hungry ghost and the Rahu. It's a pandemic because we are completely unconscious of it. What this capitalism has done, again, look at the word capital, it's about the head, right? Capita, that's where you use the word per capita. It's all about the head. That means we have mentalized everything. We have lost touch with the organic reality of our world. We have become completely disembodied, right? This is what leads to all these simulacra. It's a pandemic which we are not even aware, and we've fallen into this incredible trap. All right, this actual pandemic is making us aware how little we really know and how terribly we have organized our world. Where think about the migrant. I mean, it breaks my heart looking at the stories that are coming out of the migrant people, and then we have pitted the entire earth against our own greed. And again, well, how do we? My thing is that until and unless we become aware that we have fallen prey to this, it's all part of our own being, our collective understanding. So, but we cannot get out of it just like that. we'll have to find different alternatives, different ways of being. We have to figure out a different economic system, because people think there is only this extreme authoritarian communism that has not worked, or there is this extreme destructive capitalism. But we need to figure a way out of it, otherwise we'll self-destruct. And this particular pandemic, and I think this is why I say that the Mother Earth has sent us to our room to think about it and find a way out of this bigger pandemic, because this virus will go. But if we don't get out of this other one, there will be no Earth. There will be no, we'll destroy the entire planet. We are already doing it, on the brink of disaster.
One more question, Dr. Saxena. What do you mean by post-materialistic science? Now, how is it related to the sophisticated monks laboratory?
What is post-materialist science, right? And the second part, I didn't quite get that.
How is it related to the sophisticated monks in the laboratory?
Sophisticated?
Monks in the sophisticated laboratory. Monks in the sophisticated.
Oh, okay. Monks in the laboratory. Okay. So post-materialist science is actually quantum physics, and many of it. So it has taken more than 100 years for people to come to terms with this entire thing. So this extreme reductive materialist science that arose in the 18th and 19th centuries, the Industrial Revolution, Scientific Revolution, where the subject-object distinction was very clear. This is Cartesian dualism, right? The subject and the object are completely separate. So with Einstein's relativity, Einstein himself had a difficult time accepting all the ramifications of this, of quantum understanding, that the observer effect, that the observer, there is no separate subject that is looking at an objective world. And think about the way quantum has, at the deepest level, there is nothing, right? When you go to the so-called matter that we take, and see what had happened under that extreme materialism. By that, again, I mean, when you have reduced the entire world into trash, you feminize it, and you think that it is nothing but matter, dead matter. It can, and again, it has come from some religious ideas that the earth is a fallen, sinful place, or it is nothing but something unreal. But what has this, and there is a whole agenda about post-materialist science, which is absolutely amazing, because now we are realizing that not only that we are completely embedded in the entire cosmos, that at the very core, it is emptiness. More than 99%, it's just nothing. We're just empty space. So what this has done is that it is looking at, and I call it decolonizing reality. We're looking at the world differently. Now, monks in the lab. So this is the result of the Dalai Lama's presence in the global scene. Of course, he is the inheritor of this incredible tradition, Indic tradition. Vajrayana Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism, after all, is a part of Vajrayana Buddhism. So these monks in the lab are basically being studied, right, by science. And the Dalai Lama has really encouraged and has played a very important role in bringing together science and spirituality. And he's saying that this is not some mumbo jumbo. It's actually that is what is happening to the mind. So when the monks in the lab are tested, they can see. We have known that for thousands of years, that how deep meditation can change the way it calms down our interiority. But now these monks in the lab, they're proving. It's like we need scientific proof, for internal realities. So a combination of this post-materialist science and this understanding, neuroscience, which of course tantrikas knew, for a very long time, the understanding of our nervous system. And so I think this is a wonderful conjunction here, where ancient wisdom traditions are connecting with this post-materialist science, which is recognizing that matter itself is actually it's connected with what I call, numinous materiality. This is something very, very important, by the way. We have learned to devalue matter. And I talk about that in my book, that we have forgotten the root word in the word material, which is mater, the mother. So I say that when you take the word mater, mother, out of it, then we fall into materialism. That's where we fall into the capitalist trap. But when we realize the numinous quality of matter itself, our bodies, about the earth, there is something amazingly beautiful there. So I think this connection between post-materialist science and the monks in the lab, again, as a metaphor where the worlds are coming together, this could take us to a different world. Thank you for that question, by the way.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Professor Giri is waiting here question to discuss with you. Hello, Professor Giri, you can go with your question.
Hey, Ananta, how are you? Thank you so much.
Namaste, namaste. Keman achen?
Namaste. Bhalo achi, bhalo achi.
So it was really a joy and so inspiring, so enriching. So in that journey of co-seeking and gratitude, I wish to offer a few thoughts.
Sure.
That, for example, you are really problematizing the very foundation of the post-colonial in a very deep
Right.
way. And that also needs just a conscious meditation.
Right.
For example, transcending the post-colonial today
Right.
is a multidimensional journey. The self, the societal, the institutional. So what are the different pathways of transcending the post-colonial? And here, that transcending the post-colonial becomes an ongoing journey.
Yes.
It becomes decolonizing, but at the same time, it also becomes part of a planetary conversation, and therefore, the kind of critical interrogation and reconstitution that is happening a bit in India, China, South
Right.
America. What the great thinker from South America, Enrique Dussel, calls transmodern. And that transmodern is not imprisoned within the linearity of the stages, tradition,
Right.
modern and postmodern. So that is one dimension. My second query is that the whole notion of the Indic civilization, of course, as we are inviting the Indic, but and you are not doing that, of course, but still a conscious realization of the Indic itself as emerging with dialogue of civilizations, both internally as well as relationally. So therefore, that very frame of the Indic, it refers to both inner and the relational in a very complex way. And that is helpful to articulate because there is also a kind of narrow-minded capture of the language of the Indic. And I did not elaborate. And the third thing about pregnant is very interesting, that pregnant nothingness, and that how do we embody a pregnant nothingness as well as a pregnant self-making. So its implication would be how do we create a pregnant speciality, pregnant temporality, and finally about desire vis-a-vis your work. In the beginning is desire, but in the beginning is desire, but in the process, desire is also getting transmuted. So there is a manifestation of desire, which is sometimes destructive and many times generative. So that transformation of desire, the practicality of it, if you could kindly help us to understand.
Okay, that's, well, as far as the first part is concerned, you are an embodiment of that. So transcending post-colonial, your work, that's why I referred to your work there. And it's happening all over the world, the transmodern, yeah, absolutely. So you've already commented on that. I think I want to simply take up the last part about pregnant nothingness and desire. So Without desire, there's nothing, right? But what is desire? Again, all kinds of things, theoretical understanding. Spivak speaks about rearranging desire. What is it that we desire? Do we desire, yachts and, like 3 cars and 5,000 different kinds of, food options? Is that what we desire? And the desire and the need, there are all kinds of things. So we also cannot talk about this thing to the most oppressed, where there is not even enough, food on a daily basis. So the entire spectrum of desire is a completely different thing. The reason I in the beginning is desire, which of course takes you out of that temporal linearity, because it is the now, right? It is not that the creation happened somewhere and I'm playing with the idea. In the beginning was the word. So that's a lot of stuff that I did in my book. So the pregnant nothingness is my experience of Kali, who devours time. The word Kali, as you know, she devours time. And it's a deep experience that was transmitted to me from my family guru. I had no idea what that is. But the term pregnant nothingness arose in my mind to capture the paradox, right? Capture the paradox of this potential that is there for transmutation, for transformation. How do we inhabit it? Again, since I talk the word post-colonial, I keep invoking Spivak because she, as a teacher, she talks about this slow cooking of the soul. But without awareness, without recognizing this border of ourself and the other, the dissolving border, and still keeping. So this is the paradox. It's both pregnant and it's nothing, right? So we need to be comfortable with this paradox. We also need to recognize that this Indic civilization, again, because we need to break the borders. But again, what you said about the narrow identity, right? Narrow identity. And I like when I went and checked out the videos and where you are, Bhogarai. I mean, I haven't lived in India, even though I lived in Bangalore for a couple of years. It's a border, right? You are the border of West Bengal here, and there are all kinds of border issues. But we could go back to, this is why I invoke jihad versus McWork. We could have this extremely narrow identity, right? Or the other, just flatten it. Just flatten it that no, we are all South Asian. We cannot do that either, right? We need to be rooted and still be able to have a dialogue of civilizations that you so aptly use, and you've been doing it. It is not an easy task. This is why I'm invoking the teacher in us, not just the theorizers. We write, of course, these are not separate, but it is in the classroom that we have the power to really, and I have, believe me, it's my teachers who have given me a world. And that's that particular kind of privilege that we have, we need to make use of. And we need to give, the reason I invoke that little boy pushing the cart and, empty classrooms, what is going on? We need to look at that. And again, that grounding in local reality and connecting with the global world and the knowledge systems that are actually literally revolutionary, and the possibilities are endless. But thank you very much for engaging. And again, this presentation is kind of just what I'm working on right now. So there are a lot of stuff that are probably not clear. And I hope to, I published some of these things, but perhaps collectively we are moving towards a different kind of awakening intelligence.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Girisha, also for joining us. We are already reaching towards the end of our webinar for day one, but due to some internet, disruption, we got disconnected with Dr. A bit of discussion with him, and then we'll end today's program, and we'll wait for tomorrow's program. And for viewers, Professor Ananta Kumar Giri is also going to speak tomorrow on tomorrow's webinar. So please have patience for a moment. We are having a discussion with Dr. Mehdi Hassan, then we'll end today's webinar. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank
Now
you.
over to Dr. Mehdi, sir. Are you there, sir? Yes, Mehdi, sir, you can unmute yourself and you can talk. Yes, Mehdi, sir. You can unmute yourself, sir. Yes, Mehdi, sir. You can unmute yourself, sir.
Unmute. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
We can hear you, sir.
Yes, I was trying to unmute myself, but I could not. It was muted from the
Sorry,
organizer.
sorry for that.
Anyway, so I am really sorry. That time the Wi-Fi connection was having some troubles, and I was disconnected from this webinar for some time. Then I came again and I listened to Dr. Saksena's lecture. It was so enlightening. Anyway, so we were talking about rethinking post-colonialism in the New World Order, and in the middle of discussion, I was disconnected. So again, I would like to, continue the discussion. Anyway, so I was talking about the projects, the main projects of colonization. I talked about the ideological shades of it, and then the economic characteristics of colonization, and most importantly, cultural. That sort of elitism was found in that cultural part of colonialism. Even they did not recognize any other civilization other than European civilization. A.M.A. Césaire did a great work on in his booklet, that is a discourse on colonialism. So I think any of you already went through that book, where he pointed out that other civilizations, even the Indian civilization or African civilization, were not recognized, were not taken for granted by the European colonizers, and that is another point that we need to keep in mind. Anyway, so, and all those things constitute the political nature of colonization, and this aspect nowadays the critics and the researchers and the academicians are forgetting. I mean, they're not paying much attention to the political part of colonialism, and in post-colonial studies this part is almost absent nowadays, and mostly we talk about the cultural parts and the the cultural dimensions that we talk about, and in this line we talk about hybridity, and hybridity, which the term even before colonialism, hybridity existed, and and this term was popularized by Bhabha, but in fact this term was first initiated by Franz Fanon. Bhabha borrowed this term from Franz Fanon. Fanon did another thing with hybridity, that is madness. That his book, The Richard of the Earth, he documented several cases. So hybridity can bring about sort of madness and insanity that is ignored in the current post-colonial scholarship. So this is another point, and I will not take much time. I'll rather shorten the discussion, and I'll go to the main point, that is the New World Order, that new theoretical proposal that I would like to make through this lecture. So before that, one thing that all the speakers and we always talk about, that post-colonialism is a theory that that referred to a sort of binary opposition or binarism. And we also mentioned Edward Said, even Franz Fanon. But interestingly, Edward Said in Orientalism, he subverted the idea of binary structure and binary, like East versus West or colonizer versus the colonized. So when the agencies of both the parties are admitted, recognized, then there will be a binary structure. I mean, the subject and object, or the colonized and the colonizers, if they both of them enjoy a sort of agency, then we can talk about binarism. But if they like one party does not have any agency, if there is no dialectic, then where is that binary structure and where is that binarism? So Edward Said, he pointed out this aspect, that he says in Orientalism, page number 308, you'll find it, no dialectic is either desired or allowed. So like the identities of the, hello, uh, am I audible, Mr. Ranogit Mandal? Like I can hear some noises. So anyway, so like the identities of the Orient were made up, were assumed by the Orientalists. So in that case, the people from the East or the colonized didn't have that chance to assume their identities, to announce themselves. So in fact, in colonialism, in colonial rule, in colonization, there was just imposition of power. I mean, there was no recognition of the other. So when the other is not recognized as having some agency, then where would be that binary structure? So that is the question. Even in the earlier post-colonial studies, uh, I mean, there was no chance of making a structure like binarism or binary construction. So that is one type of misunderstanding of reading Edward Said and Franz Fanon. Fanon also mentions this thing, like it is not because he's black that he's less intelligent than we are. So even black and white in that binary, even the blackness was not recognized. So that is a problematic area in post-colonial studies. Anyway, so then we talk about global capitalism, we trans capitalism. I mean, this term is in vogue now. I mean, with modernism, with even with post-colonialism, maybe we'll start using the term like trans post-colonialism, something like that. So in post-colonialism, many critics, they just ignore the questions of global capitalism, the questions of the force of globalization. I mean, that is sometimes ignored, and ignoring that relation. In fact, there will be no real post-colonial studies. And another thing that is done in the name of post-colonial studies, that is the term that is used, multiculturalism. So multiculturalism is also not a new term. Multiculturalism existed even long ago, and there was multiculturalism, but there were no multiculturalists. So when we talk about multiculturalists, then a sort of political sort of political term comes in a mind, like now we can find multiculturalists. who are doing multiculturalism. Multiculturalism is in fact a type of cultural imperialism, which has been pointed out and discussed elaborately by Ihab Hassan. You can read his article in that in this regard. Then I already in the first part of my lecture I talked something about spaces. So then this is the I mean this is the scenario. I mean in post-colonial studies, the present world situation, most importantly the functions of power, the exercise of power, and the question of empire. So those issues are ignored, and most importantly, some confusing and some debatable terms are used in post-colonial studies. For example, hybridity, multiculturalism, and other terms that already I have mentioned. So the reality now is that direct or territorial colonialism is not a fact now. Even it's not a force in that way. There are instances of colonialism to some extent in some parts of the world you can find, but it's not the real case now. So another term that is used like imperialism or neo-imperialism to describe the present world order. And this the order? I mean, if we question this thing, like do we can we see the order, or we can see only disorder, chaos, and a sort of insanity around the world? I mean, this pandemic situation made us rethink about the world of the order. So this is one thing. So is it anarchy everywhere? Is it insanity everywhere? I mean, the way the superpowers are behaving in the world. So how post-colonialism can respond to this type of order? And that should be the question. I mean, post-colonialism as a mostly as a political theory should respond to the political questions uh, at first. Then it can go beyond that, and then it can take a shape of a sort of transcendentalism. So post-colonialism is a theory that can accommodate so many other concepts. I mean, so many other concepts are being discussed in the under the banner of post-colonialism. So, but the real issues that I am trying to point out, one is that its relationship with history, one thing. Another one is that its relationship with madness. I mean, if we read the texts like the Heart of Darkness, The Inheritance of Loss, many other texts that capture a sort of madness. And madness is was not only the part of the colonizers, both colonized and the colonizers fell victim to a certain type of insanity and madness during the period of colonization. So those issues that should be taken into consideration. And then the thing that is the term in the title of my speech, the New World Order. So what is that? What is that New World Order? So New World Order is not a new term. I mean, after the Second World War, this term became widespread, even from the US. In fact, from the US, it was the term was popularized, and this the history of this term goes back to even the First World War. That time, you know, the structure of the world changed a lot, and the world became a new place, new types of oppression and power exercise were found. And after the Second World War, that was the end of British colonization, mainly European colonization. Then the whole world was colonized or recolonized in a different way. Neo-colonial governments appeared, nationalism, you know, countries based on nationalism, national identities, many other things appear. And in this regard, so I want to draw your attention uh, to a book. The book's name is Empire. It was written in the mid 90s, 1990s. And this is sort of the concept of empire is presented in that book. Some characteristics are described, but which are vague. I mean, uh, to conceptualize or to define the new world order, the concept of empire was brought, but it is a vague. Some points I want to mention. In the concept of empire is characterized in the way like it will not have any boundaries. Empire is not found in the center only. It will be sort of all encompassing force, and it will be linked. Even it can be found in some peripheral countries. So there will be small empires, big empires, etc. And empire's rule has no limits. The second point. The third point is that it will encompasses the spatial totality that I have already mentioned. So, and then no territorial boundaries limit its reign, and then it will suspend history. I mean, history will not be considered something important. So there will be a sort of dehistoricizing. Uh, and then the next point is that it will not only regulates human interactions, but also seeks directly to rule over human nature. So that's why, now we came to know about like, is it humanism? Is it human beings, or human beings are like data? I mean, some quotes, and we talk about digital humanities also. I mean, with the advent of this, super cyber imperialism, we can say. So, what is the picture? So, empire will work with this concept. I mean, it will regulate, control the human interactions, and then empire is continually bathed in blood. I mean, there will be bloodshed. So, what the picture that comes to us, the whole picture of the world. So, wars are there, bloodshed is there. I mean, the oppression, brutality. So, these things sort of chaos, uncertainty. So, this in fact defines this new world order. Uh, But the concept of empire is always dedicated to peace. Though there will be bloodshed, it will be bathed in blood, but it will be dedicated to peace. So it's a type of irony. I mean, but the peace outside of history. So this is in short the nature of empire. But it is vague in the sense that how, like, the functions of power are not discussed here. So in that case, we can revisit Michel Foucault. So that is the point of departure. I mean, and that is my proposal to add a new dimension to the present post-colonial practice, so that the post-colonial studies will be more meaningful, and it will be really effective in defining post-colonial identities. So Michel Foucault's concepts of power, the exercise of power, the functions of power, and the relationship between power, discourse, and ideology, how ideology is created, and Foucault mentions sort of thing like the truth. So, and power is all encompassing. So that if we consider this thing, and also if we consider Foucault's concept of the web of power, so where the global, local, I mean, the agencies, global imperialist agencies or local imperialist agencies or the empires are connected with each other. And this way, this global capitalism functions in the world. And this is one of the characteristics of the new world order. So in this regard, somebody may ask, like, then we can do a sort of Marxist criticism while discussing any literature. So what is the problem with that? The problem is that when we engage ourselves uh, in literary criticism, especially the literature that portrays uh, the history, or that refers to the history of colonialism. In that case, if you do Marxist criticism, then there will be something missing, and that missing part is history. So I am emphasizing and clearly saying again and again that history is something that must be taught with post-colonial criticism. And that's why in post-colonial criticism, the history plus the present world order, then this will be meaningful in discussing, you know in discussing, in interpreting the text that can be literary, that can be cultural. Uh, Otherwise, we'll not get any definite direction in this regard. And just one thing I need to mention, that is, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, I mean, in the 1990s. So after the collapse of the Soviet Union, then another type of binary was created. At that time, there was a period of Cold War. Mainly the US and the Soviet Union, they are engaged in different proxy wars and Cold War. And then that binary and was termed as civilizational conflicts. And several books were written in 1990s. Most importantly, the core book that everybody knows, that is Huntington's The Clash of Civilizations and Remaking of World Order, which was published in 1996. And there are other books that are written. For example, Robert Kaplan's book, The Ends of the Arc, which was published in 1996. And also another book, Joel Kotkin's Tribes, How Race, Religion and Identity Determine Success in the New Global Economy, which was published in 1993. Several books were written, and these courses were manufactured and created. And through this course, the ideology was created, that was the world will face civilizational conflict, and there'll be the leftist and the rightist conflict was over. So there'll be the conflicts between different tribes, especially the religion, and the two religions will combat with each other, which was Islam and Christianity. So this course was created through a type of project by producing a lot of books in 1990s. And then we saw that 9/11 incident. Just after a few years, that incident took place, and the ideology that was propagated in those books and those writings, those productions, came into being. I mean, that became concrete. Before, that was inside the book, and after that Twin Tower incident, that ideology, that civilizational conflict, became concrete, and we saw the rest. So in this post-colonial frame, especially the novels or any texts which were published after 9/11 incident, we need to look at those texts from keeping these things in mind. For example, like there are texts post 9/11 texts like The Kite Runner, The Reluctant Fundamentalist. So the there are some other texts, and even the writers had the tendency to bring about the images of 9/11, the confusions, the sufferings, and many other things. There is no direct depiction of that. I mean, but there are references, there are images. So this way the world changed a lot, and it changed so fast. So that is the point that without you know without considering these aspects and these realities of the new world order, in fact there will be no effective studies of, post-colonialism. And this is the proposal. I think that if there are questions, then we can discuss more. I think the time was like 5:10 was the time to end the today's session, but we are running out of time, I think. So I need to conclude. In my conclusion, I need to emphasize again that in post-colonial studies, the case of history, which should be given its proper place. This is one thing. The other thing is that it's more political than cultural. So the political aspects, especially the question of power, the exercise of power, and the nature of the new world order. So these things, if we consider while doing post-colonial studies, then it will be more, it will be more obvious. I mean, it will give us some picture and give us the tool to interpret some text or some cultural production in an effective way. And this way, I think we can rethink the issues, and these are the challenges of post-colonial studies. So thank you so much for inviting me and for giving me the second chance. It was a sort of second coming.
Thank you so much. It happens, things are happening virtually over
Thank you,
the
everybody.
internet. It happens. We have got some questions. I request Dr. Patnaik sir to kindly discuss the questions with Mehdi sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Since we are running out of time, I have one question to Dr. Hassan. The question is, during his lecture, he has talked about ideological colonialism, and he has related this colonialism, ideological colonialism, with Christianity and paganism. My question uh, is it confined to Christianity only? Has Hinduism and Mohammedanism nothing to do with it?
We were talking about European colonialism, mainly the colonialism that took place in 1800, 1900, I mean, in the 18th century, in 19th century, and also in 17th century. So in that colonialism, when the British or the French or the Spanish went to different parts of Africa, so they went there to civilize them, and to them civilizing means making them Christians. And this equation was given by Amos Césaire. In fact, in his book Discourse on Colonialism, he showed it, exactly showed it, that he wrote it: colonialism is equal to civilization and paganism is equal to savagery. The Africans were practicing different pagan religions, and they are practicing their own civilizations. They had their own civilizations, but the European colonizers did not recognize their civilization, and they called them, pagan, savages. They are like, half humans, and just it happened out of racism and that was the ideology. Lot of books are written, even lot of books are written, discourses are created to prove that Christianity was the best ideology to spread the light of civilization in Africa and different parts of the world. So this is something which exists in on the pages of the book. I mean, it's not something that I invented. I said for myself. So the whole discourse system was created, and to understand this process of creating the discourse and ideology, we need to go back to Michel Foucault. I mean, and some other post-structuralists, and then we can understand how ideology was created. I mean, in Christianity, maybe it was not said in any part of Christianity that black people are inferior, white are superior, and white had the responsibility to civilize the black. But this ideology was created in the name of religion, and they went there with that concept, and they claimed that they got these divine rights from God. God sent them to Africa to civilize them, and to civilize means to colonize.
Okay. One more question, Dr. Hakim. Do you find any danger of post-colonial approach to our literature?
To
Is there any danger
uh,
of the post-colonial approach to literature?
to
Literature.
literary
Literature, literary creation.
last word I didn't understand, please.
Literature or literature?
Literature.
Okay.
Literature.
Literature.
Okay, so is it dangerous?
Is there any danger?
Post colonial, if you read the early uh, post colonialists, I mean, the term quote unquote I'm using, I mean, before the birth and the spread of the term post colonialism, there were writers, there were theoreticians who talked about post colonialism in their own way, and they tried to understand the nature of colonialism, and they critiqued, they critiqued different aspects of colonialism, especially Aimé Césaire and Franz Fanon, and then the last one who is so famous, that is Edward Said. So they did something in their works, so that is dangerous. Yes, that is obviously dangerous. I mean, they came up with dangerous ideas. If you read Aimé Césaire, like their voice, anti-colonial voice, they are furious. And why not? Because like thousands of people are killed brutally in Africa. I mean, in India also, the atrocities, the brutalities. So if we forget history, if we don't talk about that colonial history, then we'll ignore that black part of history. I mean, Jallianwala Bagh massacre that took place on 13th April on the innocent Sikhs. So those children and Sikh children and women, they gathered there. They're unarmed completely. They're not doing any movement, and they're just celebrating their New Year festival. At that time, they are shot dead. I mean, this is one incident that shook whole India. Even Rabindranath Tagore, he just denounced his knighthood. So you see that the examples of the atrocities, the examples of bloodshed, those things should be kept. Kept alive uh, through the critique of colonialism. Even literary texts also describe. If you read the text, by any writer who wrote about colonialism, you'll find a lot of instances. But it is not dangerous in the sense that it is a sort of writing back to empire. This is called cultural resistance. This is not armed resistance. So, like, you're writing back. So you're writing back. Sometimes it's called that pen is mightier than the sword. So you have taken pen as a weapon to write. And if this practice, if you don't do this practice, then how can you recognize that Dalit movement or Dalit studies or subaltern studies even? So the alternative voices, revolting voices should be there.
Okay. Thank you. Over to Professor Mandal.
Thank you, Dr. Modi. That you really underlined the things and returned back to us. It's very wonderful to listen to you. And we can see Nila ma'am is still here with us. It's very wonderful. I now request our head of the department, that the journalist committee, to give vote of thanks.
Thank you all.
Yes, hello, sir. Thank you so much. We have our head of the department for the vote of thanks. Yes, sir, over to you.
Hello, welcome everybody. Really, we have enjoyed a very memorable afternoon on post-colonial literature. I am very much fortunate to convey vote of thanks. First of all, I am thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Madhusmita Das, for her kind cooperation and who seems to be the chief patron of this celebration. I am thankful to Professor Sushil Kumar Giri, Principal, RIHS Bhograi, who is the patron of our program. And I am very much thankful to our resource person. First of all, I am thankful to Dr. Namrata Pathak. Really, through her discussion, we all got an insight into the Northeastern literature. I am very much thankful to you, ma'am. Then I am thankful to Sheikh Mehdi Hassan sir, and I am thankful to Dr. Neela Bhattacharya Saxena, because your hello, Dr. Saxena, your speech
Yes.
definitely spirited us all, and it has led us towards a world of optimism. I am very much thankful to you. And
You're very welcome.
finally, I am thankful to all our participants, all my colleagues, and all the invited guests who are online. Thank you all. Thank you again. Thank you very much. Over to Professor Mondal.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all our participants. We'll eagerly wait for you for tomorrow's sessions. We have some great speakers with us tomorrow. So it's wonderful that you remained with us, though it's very late. We went out of our scheduled time, but I must convey my regards to all our participants and also to Dr. Hassan, who returned back again despite some network issues, and also to Nila ma'am, who really woke up so early for us. It's really wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Wish you all the very best. Take
Thank
care.
you. Thank you, ma'am.
Bye.
Bye. Participants, you can note down the feedback link. You can also copy and paste it somewhere for your later use. The link will remain open till 11 p.m. tonight. We are giving 5 to 6 minutes more so that you can copy the link and paste it somewhere.